I'd like to introduce Virginia and Dignum. She was kind enough to accept our invitation for this keynote as a very active person on AI policy and in a special position, both teaching and doing it. So looking forward to your very interesting talk, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here. Good morning to everybody. This presentation will be mostly about the new book that I wrote, published a couple of months ago, The AI Paradox. The book itself is meant to be for a larger audience, not necessarily an academic publication, but a lot of the issues that I discuss there are issues that concern all of us, or at least that we need to be aware while we are doing research, but more and more when we are seeing the impacts of our research in society, in the world, in the policies around us, or the lack of policies around us. So just, this should be working. Yeah. So why do we need to be concerned about policy, about impact, about not only the research that we do and the pushing research and science forward, but AI is transforming the world, and that is not something which we need to explain anymore. It is evident, and as it is transforming the world, it is revealing, or at least in the way that I describe it, many paradoxes which really show to us that it's not just creating it and then letting it happen, but it is first not something that it's inevitable, and it is shaped by the choices that we make. And we need, especially as researchers, we need to be very aware of the choices that can be made and need to be made about the research that we make. If we go a bit starting now, and many of you have started working in this field many years ago. I actually counted recently the very first AI program that I wrote was in 1986, so it's 40 years now. It has been a while, but what is AI in 2026? In one end, we have all these discussions around superintelligence and AGI and the consciousness or the lack of consciousness of the systems, which keeps a lot of people busy and a lot of discussions, a lot of issues around. But it is, from my perspective, not the most fundamental or the most crucial type of belief that people have now. The most crucial one, especially in terms of the policies, in terms of the implementation of AI by governments, by organizations, is the second one, this feeling of AI first. And I just came yesterday from Geneva, where the AI for Good conference is happening. And part of the AI for Good yesterday, Monday and yesterday, was the launch of the United Nations Global Dialogue on AI, which is an effort to bring everybody of the world discussing how the different countries, the different regions, and so on are understanding and implementing AI. And again, there you see this very strong feeling of AI first. Everybody is implementing AI. AI is a huge thing, so we better do it. And we do it much more based on the perceived capabilities of the systems than on a more reasoned and thought about understanding of the purpose why we are doing it. So the fear of missing out, like that thing describes, is a very concrete situation in companies, in institutions, in international and national agencies. And that creates a very potentially problematic approach, because AI is being deployed and the infrastructure for AI is being built without really have too much of an idea why are we doing it, what is going to be benefit, who is benefiting, and so on. So the first paradox that I describe is about what exactly are we all understanding what we talk about when we talk about AI. The more we talk about it, it seems the less there is an agreement on what it is. It can be the super intelligence. It can be just a way to justify your infrastructure changes and infrastructure implementations. It is a race to nowhere. At least for many people, they are not really clear where it is going. There is a lot to being talked about it. So in a sense, AI, the concept of AI, is becoming very much an empty signifier. It can mean anything. It can mean nothing. It's a bit like a couple of years ago, especially here in Europe and especially in European institutions, everybody was talking about digitalization and everything was digitalization. Now everything is AI, and it becomes much more a marketing or a buzzword, which leads to this overhyped promises and in many cases failed expectations. So there are studies recently from MIT and Harvard that show that of the implementations of AI in big businesses in the United States, only 5% have been really taken forward. 90% stays at the level of the prototype. So you try it, it shows a lot, you make a lot of buzz about it, but nothing really happens. But the main issue, again, from the perspective of policy, is that if we don't really agree or understand what we are talking about, what are we actually creating the governance and the policies for? And also from the perspective of innovation. If we don't really know what we are talking about, if AI can mean anything and everything, where is innovation going? How can you really show the purpose and the direction of innovation? On the other end, the other side of the coin, this fuzziness of meaning is very much serving the interests of those that want to control it. Because if no one really knows what it is, it's much easier for them, because they are big and forceful, to tell us what they think that AI is, and we all follow their understanding. So it is very important to be aware of what it is not, but more and more to really look at what exactly is the AI that we are talking about today. It is very different from the AI that I was talking about 40 years ago when I started. One thing, again, for policymakers, they get to believe, and many people, if you talk with your family or your friends that are not in the field, people get the feeling that AI is something like the weather. It happens. We don't really know where it comes from, what it is, what it does, but it happens. The only thing we can do, like with the weather, is to stay in the shade if it's too hot, take an umbrella if it's going to rain. We can adapt to the results, but we cannot control the weather. And AI is being more and more seen in that way. It is very important to make sure that we all understand and make other ones understand that AI doesn't happen to us. It is something, is an artifact that people build. It is dependent on our choices, on our decisions, on the options that we consider. Who is taking those choices? Who is taking those decisions? And why those decisions are taken? Based on what? That's where the whole options and the whole direction in which AI can go. We have been working very much in the last few years on what we call the question zero, and that is kind of the opposite to the AI first approach. Before you decide on the technology, we need to ask ourselves, what do we need? Do we really need AI? Why is AI the best option for whatever we are trying to do, both in the research as in implementation or development and in innovation? So we need to ask us much more about why is this relevant? Why is this technology the most appropriate for what we are doing, before we really try to know how we are going to do it? Moreover, AI, even though it started as a natural part of the computing science, the natural science, it is not anymore just a technology. It is not just about the programs, not just about the models or the algorithms. AI is nowadays fundamentally a social technical system. A system that it's not only consisting of the technological, the models and algorithms and the tools, but for a large part consisting also of the organizations, the people, the institutions and the agencies that make it possible, that develop it, that research it, that govern it, that implement it, that deploy it, that maintain it, that use it, and so on. So AI doesn't exist in a vacuum. And trying to fix the technological part of it, trying to address the technological issues is definitely very important, but is not the whole story. And in most cases, we need to look at ethics, at regulation, at governance, not just about the technology, but for mostly and most importantly about the social aspects of this ecosystem. It's not about fixing the technology. The technology can be perfect if it ever happens. If it is not in a proper ecosystem, it will never really work the way we want it. So the responsible AI, looking at responsible AI, needs to be much more about this social part than the technical part. Good, but AI itself, or it's aiming since the beginning to replicate or to represent or to generate intelligence. Intelligence in itself is an extremely complex concept. We don't really know what is human intelligence, and we don't, but also brain scientists, psychologists, cognitive science. There is not an agreed and final way about what exactly counts as intelligence. What we do know is that human intelligence or biological intelligence, if you want, is definitely not linear. It's not just about getting more and more capabilities of solving problems like what we are doing with AI, but is a much more branching and broader type of thing. If we look about the AI part, the main definition or understanding of AI that has been kind of standing the proof of time is the one with there. AI is what AI cannot do. Our understanding of AI as it is a moving target. Once we understand how to solve a specific issue, where I have them, spam filters were considered AI, search engines were AI, pathfinding, the autocorrect, the clippy there on that thing, even mechanisms and the tools for chess and to develop chess. All of those aspects were at a certain moment at the forefront of the AI developments, where AI was. Nowadays, if we talk, and I was in a meeting of the World Economic Forum 1 year ago, and then people are there telling each other, yeah, in our organization, we are not yet using AI. We are only doing machine learning. Because at this moment, what we feel collectively that it's AI is the frontier models, the transformers or the LLMs that we are using. And anything else which stayed in another direction in AI is not anymore AI or not anymore where the money and the interest goes to. Once we get bored or we find out all about LLMs or we find out that LLMs are not really getting nowhere, that will come into this list and we will move to something else, probably what they nowadays call agentic AI, but that's another issue for later. Intelligence is not linear, so trying to build systems in a linear or in a one-directional way to make scale be the defining factor to improve AI systems is narrowing very much the understanding of what intelligence is. Just by putting more and more scale into one only direction, it is not really going to enable us to understand and to address all the different directions in which intelligence can go. Also, we need to understand the fundamental difference about how AI is modeled and all the different types of AI, in a sense, all based fundamentally on the idea that we are building rational systems. By that I mean systems that optimize their actions or their decisions or their results for a set of preference, and these preference or priorities are in one way or another given or apprehended by the system. This optimization, this idea that we can rationally address a certain result has been core to all the different strands of AI that we have had in the past. It is also core to, for instance, the fundamental textbooks on AI that all of us used or still use when to introduce people to AI. If we look at persons, at us, we are definitely not rational in that way. We are able to hold inconsistent, incompatible beliefs, understandings. We believe or we take a lot of knowledge into account that is not necessarily consistent. We are motivated not just by optimization, but by many different types of motives in the way that we take decisions, the way that we move forward. Fundamentally, we are situated. AI tends to be something completely out of context, abstract and disconnected, but fundamentally human action is influenced by the context. And this context includes others, people, systems, and so on, and includes many different situations. Also, we don't optimize in a way that we try to maximize the result forever. Due to all kinds of reasons, we are much more a satisfying system. Good is good enough, and we stop there and not go forever trying to rationalize. On another, so this already shows a big difference between what AI is doing, which is definitely has many merits, and we all are working on that exactly because of the merits, but trying to compare or to check between human intelligence and machine intelligence becomes difficult because they are fundamentally different. Also important to remember is that the principles in which we build AI are fundamentally global north Western principles. We in the global north care about optimization, about efficiency, rationality, agency, autonomy, and so on. Not necessarily issues that are taken in the same type of priority or in the same type of importance in other parts of the world. So again, here we are imposing our understanding of the world over the rest. And fundamentally, we are trying to use rational systems that, for instance, excel at playing chess to address the very complex societal situations in which context and inconsistencies and many different motives need to be addressed. So it can help, it can definitely not replace human intelligence. The question is, therefore, if we don't really know what intelligence is, we also need to start asking ourselves, or not so much asking ourselves what is AI, but because we are building these systems, we need to think about what do we want AI to be. We are building them. We can take the decisions. We can answer those questions. And there are many. Do we want AI to be human-like? What does that mean? Is there an average human that we can make AI look like? In voice, in shape, in whatever? Do we want AI to be a tool? Tools come with affordance, come with facilities, and that's not always for everybody and for every situation. Is AI to simulate intelligence or to operate in the world? The tools that we have for simulations and for operations are very, very different. Do we want this all-knowing God that big tech is trying to convince us that we need? One single system that will do it all and solve it all at once, and we can go on with something else? Or do we want to build systems as a distributed effort, taking into account many different directions and preferences? And finally, do we want AI to be normative or to be descriptive? Do we want AI to describe the world as the world is, based on the data that it has? Or do we want AI to be better than us and to improve on the data that we have? Who is going to say what is better? Who is going to say what is the direction in which to go? Those, again, are issues that need to be understood, and it cannot be imposed in one way by only one side. Good, then we move into other issues around AI, and especially the impact of AI. We are working in many cases very much on approaches to fairness, approach to inclusion, to the diversity and so on. But very often we take a very mechanical approach to what this fairness is. We have a data set, and we take all kinds of statistical approaches to improve the fairness of this data set. Improving the fairness of the data set in a statistical way is already complex enough, but is by no means indicating that it is also generating more just outcomes. So AI decisions can be statistically fair based on the data that we have, but still produce unjust outcomes. Less bias is not necessarily more justice. Trying to do the same for everybody is not really, it's just risking allowing AI to perpetuate the injustice that is around, the injustice, the social, the lack of social justice in the world, just by saying, oh, but our algorithms is fair. So we really need to have a much better understanding of how much the statistical fairness of the approach that we are doing really aligns with the social justice that is necessary in the world. This is how AI sees the world. It is a very distorted approach of the world. This is comes from the Mozilla Internet Health Report of 2022. If anything, today it will be even more distorted than then. It is not, of course, that within those bluish areas there is the availability of data is equally distributed. There is also within those larger parts a lot of unjust distribution and a lot of groups and communities that are not sufficiently represented in the data. It is also important to realize that 50% of this data is on the hands of 12 organizations. Only one of those is in Europe. And the AI, the way AI sees the world, is reproducing what in sociology is called the weird democratics, the Western educated, industrialized, rich democratic parts of the world, and ignores all the other parts of the world. So if we try to improve the fairness of the data that we have, we are definitely not really contributing to a juster and more equitable world. The issue of regulation, which is one which we keep discussing, and especially in Europe, we get again and again to it. First, it's important to realize that no sector, no part of life exists without some type of regulation. No industrial sector, no innovation is possible if there is not some type of regulation. It is also important to realize that regulation is not just about legislation, about making laws, and also important to realize that not all regulation is good. Not all regulation is done well. And we have, unfortunately, many examples here in Europe around AI on which regulation is not really done in the best way. But avoiding regulation and claiming that we don't really need the regulation is really contributing directly to undermine the trust in AI, but also to undermine the innovation in AI. We need regulation to be able to coordinate, that we know what we are doing is aligned to with someone else. Again, regulation, governance is not legislation. We don't necessarily need laws and not national laws, but we do need ways to coordinate, to understand what are the directions to go, how to align what we are doing with what other ones are doing. Most importantly, we need trust. We need that everybody around the world, the ones who are going to use it and being affected by the AI being developed, trusts what is doing, what AI is doing, what we are doing. If there is no way to provide this trust, then there is no way to ensure that there is a long-term uptake of what we are doing. Finally, regulation also supports to reduce economic disparities and prevent unfair competitive amongst nations or regions and so on. So those that are claiming that we don't really need to regulate AI are basically saying we want to decide how AI should be organized and distributed. So they want to regulate it themselves. We don't trust cars without brakes. We wouldn't have arrived here if there would be no regulations about the cars. There would be no regulations saying that people who drive cars needs a driver's license, and there would be nothing to be said about the context in which these cars are put, for the sense of not having traffic lights, not having traffic rules, not even having an agreement in which side of the road the car should be driving. Just imagine Brussels like that and see how much you would be facing to try to come from your hotel or your house here in a place where cars can come from any direction without no traffic signs, being driven by people without driver's license, and the cars themselves having no regulations about how the car should be built. That is not the world or the situation, the context in which any innovation can really thrive, is not the context in which we can hope to produce any type of trust. So claiming that we don't want regulations is acting directly against the possibilities to innovate and to generate trust. But again, not all regulations are equally correct and well designed. It's a bit like AI. There are many principles and guidelines. I just came from Brussels, from Geneva. Like I said, all these things go on and on and on and on. What are the main points here? There are by now, I think, 1,000 or more than 1,000 of these principles and guidelines. They are not very different from each other. None of them will come with things like we want AI to be unfair and we want AI to be against, I don't know, diversity or to be irresponsible. So they all come with very similar high-level principles. They want human rights, diversity, transparency, fairness, robustness, security, safety, and so on. That comes again and again. The point is that it's at such a high level of description that it, at the end of the day, doesn't really help no one that is going to implement it. It's very easy to tell you, I want your system to be aligned with human rights, but if you are going to program it, how can you know how you are making your system aligned to human rights? And even worse, how can we prove that your system is indeed aligned with human rights? So they give a direction, but they don't really give the recipe on how to get there. They don't really help on operationalizing what is there. However, it is important to remember that responsible AI is not a choice. We cannot choose for developing irresponsible systems. Innovation is not against, or governance is not against innovation. Governance is and can be seen as the stepping stone for innovation. For that, we need governance to be done well. It also needs to understand that innovation is not a race. There is no benefit on being the first if you are the first in the wrong place. It pays off again and again in AI and in any other sector to think about and reason and to understand why and which direction you want to go before you start rushing towards it. There is no finish line. There is no moment in which we are going to say, this one win, this one lose. The one who might be looking like winning today is not necessarily the one that is going to win tomorrow. And we need to be much more exploring and taking different directions than rushing and following the direction that is being done by the one who is not at this moment seemingly in front. So all of us following and rushing after the development of LLMs and so on is working in a sense against the capabilities of innovation, the capabilities of exploring different directions. AI is not just, results are not just result of correlation and not this huge and forever scaling correlation machines, but we can explore alternatives. We can look at causality, we can look at different abstractions and so on, which are exactly what these systems that are being built and promoted by big tech are not able to do very well. But they have the power. And the more AI we get, the more power they get. So we are really contributing, all of us, for the power that they have. And with the power, they make us do or believe or expect all kinds of very strange things. For instance, they will tell us, yeah, this system is maybe not perfect, but just go on and use it, and we'll try to fix it as it goes. It is like trying to fix the airplane while we are flying, even though probably this airplane is the best one ever, and don't worry, we will fix it. The power concentration makes AI definitely much less transparent and much less accountable to the public. We have to trust them for their beautiful blue eyes or not, but they don't really give us no handles on why we should trust them. Centralized development widens the social inequalities and really provides a disenfranchisement for the majority of us. We cannot do nothing. It happens to us. We can just submit to it, or that's it. And ethical responsibility, societal and sustainability are sacrificed for the profit and control of those which are in the power games that we are seeing at the moment. AI is using the world. AI is much less artificial and much less in the intelligence we already saw, much less artificial than before. AI is using the energy that we might be needing for something else. AI is using the water that might be needed for something else. AI is potentially contributing to the SDGs, but at the same time also blocking many of the opportunities for the SDGs. And very importantly, and especially for the investments that we are seeing at this moment by public organizations, by governments rushing into building more and more data centers and compute centers, the investment that goes into AI, it's investment that doesn't go somewhere else. The money that our governments have, the money that the European Union has, is finite. And putting it all in some gamble that we will need data centers that will cover half of your countries is a gamble, and it's investment that is not going nowhere else. The choices on why are we putting, or are the governments putting all the investment on that, are again very much and very often based on a FOMO approach, fear of missing out. Everybody else is building data centers. If we don't build the data center in our own place, we are going to miss out. Whether we need that data center, whether we need all that increase in compute is definitely not proven. If definitely not the only direction to go. We, as researchers and scientists in the world, can and should be working much more on lowering the computational and data needs of the systems that we have. We can build the same results with a fraction of the data that we are using, with a fraction of the compute that we are using. Correlations, which is what we are using basically in all these transformers and machine learning models, are very good for some type of problems, but don't address all the problems and are not necessarily the best and the most efficient ways to look at other things. We really need to start, and hopefully the European Union sees that as a way for Europe to take our own path. If we are following what other ones are doing, by following, we are always behind. There is no other way. But the way, the scalable approach, or bet on the scaling as a way to move to better AI, is definitely a very risky one in terms of investments, in terms of sustainability and so on, and is not necessarily, or for sure not, the best scientific approach. We really need to start working on causality, on abstraction, on distribution, on composition, much more than what we need to be doing on the scalability. And this is, again, a plea to Europe to wake up and take the different approach, take the responsible approach, and stop rushing after what other ones are doing. The investments that we are putting on this are not going nowhere else, are also not going to invest on alternative research to AI. This has to go, yeah. And the power that this big tech have is becoming quite unacceptable. We had Eric Smith a couple of years ago claiming climate change. We lost the battle with climate change. We are not going to be able to solve it. The only thing we can do is put all our investments in AI and then hope that AI is going to solve it for us. It was said in Davos, where our governments listen to nonsense like that. So we need to put AI and data centers there. What we are using, the way we are building these systems, is on the backs not only of those that generated the content, the data, the ones who have the copyright over the material, but it's also over the backs of the, by now, millions of people around the world that are there to curate the data, to manage the data, to babysit the LLMs and the chatbots that we are using, to use joysticks to manage. There was a recent discovery or a piece of news. There is a warehouse in the Philippines where thousands of people are sitting and looking at huge screens of the streets of San Francisco or Detroit or wherever it is, and with joysticks maneuvering or adapting the movements of the self-driving cars that are going around in San Francisco. Those Waymos, they can do a lot independently, but definitely they cannot do it all. And when they cannot do it all, is the guy or the girl in the Philippines with the joystick which corrects real time the movement of those cars. This is AI. This is the artificial intelligence that we are doing, which is built on the backs of those people. Why they are in the Philippines or in Ghana or in Bangladesh? Because there are no labor laws there. I visit in India one of these groups. They have a room like this full of tables with computers, full of people looking at computers. They were not in that Waymo thing. They were more in the data management and the LLM management. People are working there. Around the wall in the back, there are some small stoves and electric plates and little fridges. And some of them are sleeping under the tables or next to the other wall because they work in shifts of 12 hours and they don't go nowhere else. These are the people that are making the AI and the stupid questions that we ask ChatGPT and then we laugh a lot that, oh, what a funny thing it did. They are doing the work for us. And we cannot forget that, wow, AI is being built. Very artificial, very intelligent. Good. One more. And then we get, of course, to the superintelligence and the idea that AI is going one day wake up and save the world or kill the world, but it will become the solution to all our problems or the end of all our problems. Again, because of the way we understand or don't understand intelligence, superintelligence and AGI is very much built on this linear approach. The idea that if we make things more intelligent, they also will become intentional and conscious and able to determine what they are doing or not. It is very much the same approach to think that if we improve the flying capabilities of an airplane, that airplane will definitely at some time start laying eggs, because that's what birds that fly also do. So we have first a very limited understanding of intelligence, which makes then very much a very limited understanding of what superintelligence would mean. But if we look at first, this obsession is really distracting from leveraging our own capabilities. We can forget whatever we can do. AI will solve it for us, like with the climate issues that Eric Smith complained. Intelligence is not necessarily and definitely not by definition also intention, and relying on the machines is going to diminish our human autonomy. So the biggest threat or danger is not that AI is going to take over, but is that we are going to let other humans that use AI to take control. But if we really try to understand this superintelligence, and I should be finishing, what does the definition say? If there is a definition, is a system that has more capabilities or is more intelligence than any specific human. If this is the definition, which I'm being a bit simplified, but is basically what people claim, that AGI is the same intelligence of human, and superintelligence would be more intelligence than a human. If this is kind of the definition, we already have superintelligence. We always have had superintelligence. We are it. Together, all of us are more intelligent than each one of us. So definitely, we all together, we are super intelligent. And if we are super intelligent, we do need to look much more at supporting the capabilities for collective intelligence than to expect that this supernatural and outside of our work is going to do it for us. So if we really care about superintelligence, I would say we need to really look at improving the collective intelligence of all of us, improving the capabilities and using AI to supporting and improving the capabilities that we have to work together to achieve solving problems together and achieve a better insight of everything together. So we are AGI. It's not something which will come from outside and we will somehow solve all our problems for us. And solving problems with technology at the end of the day usually results in other problems somewhere else. So this solutionism, this idea that technology is going to solve it all for us, is also a gimmick that doesn't really necessarily benefit what we are doing. We can create quick fix for something, but that usually overlooks the broader consequences and creates another problem somewhere else. The overconfidence in AI often leads to very oversimplified and ineffective solutions, in many cases even harmful solutions, are definitely focused on the short term. Let's go rush and solve something. And that means that many cases it only addresses the symptoms and no one is really trying to understand the why, the root of the problems. We are not asking the question zero as we rush to a solutionistic approach. Why is AI the best? Who is saying that? Why are we saying that? And what would be alternatives for using AI in some cases? AI is not neutral. Like any other technology, it is not neutral. It can advance our well-being, it can support our dignity, but it can also undermine it. At the end of the day, AI, like any other technology, embodies our choices. And governing AI is basically governing ourselves. We make it, we decide, we take the options, we follow and design and use it. So it is about us, it's not something outside of us. It is not inevitable, it's not an unstoppable force. It is shaped by our choice. The choice of doing nothing is also a choice. Not every problem needs AI, and the decisions that we make today, we really determine how these systems are going to be used. We need to ask much more again, why? Responsibility is not a checklist, it's really a shared practice and an ongoing process across the whole of AI lifecycle. And we really need to ask ourselves much more the critical, hard questions than just trying to solve the symptoms in a as quick as possible way, because we are all in a race. Thank you so much. There are time for some questions.
Thanks for this interesting and problem initiating the presentation. So the floor is open for questions.
Thank you, Virginia.
Hi.
When we talk about responsibility, responsibility is essentially a human feature.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about responsible AI, when there is no verifiable evidence for human actions and agentic actions, how can responsibility be assigned? It's unassignable. So I guess there is a need for verifiable infrastructure. Can EU AI Act be enforced without the security infrastructure underneath it? And when we talk about security engineering, the standards move in cycles of about 2-3 years, like NIST, ISO, etc. But the frontier models, they appear about every month or so. So how can this issue be addressed?
There are many questions in one question. First, AI is not just a technology, it's a social technical system. When we talk about responsibility, we need to address this social technical system. So it's not putting the responsibility on the agent, it's putting the responsibility on those that develop, use, and deploy those type of agents. If you don't know what agent does, if you cannot guarantee it, you have an option, not use it. And if really it is a serious issue, those options need to be considered. There are alternatives to AI. Not every problem needs to be solved with AI. In terms of the regulation and the AI Act, first, I'm very concerned with the omnibus approach to the AI Act. It is resulting in a Swiss cheese regulation, is putting the onus of the effort on the user, on the one that is going to deploy it, and not on the ones that are going to develop this, which is basically the same as going to a shop and buying a bread toaster. And when you buy it, you need to go home and check that the wires of the bread toaster are all in place and that the bread toaster will not create a short circuit in your house. That's what we are doing, or we're proposing to do with AI Act. The deployer, the developer can do whatever they want. They are free to provide us any shit that they want. It is up to us then to check that we are going to use it well. It is a completely inversion and transverted of regulation than what we would need, but seemingly our governance in this region are listening too much to the big tech interests. In terms of the speed of regulation and standards and the speed of the development of the technology, it is a myth, it is a fallacy to think that they both need to be at the same speed. We can put regulation is not just to say about how this specific system works or not. We can make regulation much broader. Just say whatever system comes into this place or is being used for the A, B, or C needs to have a basic set of requirements. If we think that transparency is an important requirement, we just tell them transparency is necessary. If your system is not transparent, either you make it transparent or we don't use it. Your system needs to be secure in terms of being, we need to be able to verify a specific set of, or a specific reach of the outcomes. If you cannot do it, then either you fix it, you make a system that is verifiable, or we are not going to use it. We have the choice. We don't really need to accept any type of system that it's there just because it is there. Not as researchers, and as researchers we are becoming extremely lazy. We are just doing what is there and are not anymore able to explore different directions. And I think that here in Europe, that's the way we need to go. But our governments are too much listening to what is the capability or the incapability of the system at this moment. If we really want transparency, we tell them transparency is A, B, and C. That's how we define it. If your system is not able to provide that, then we go somewhere where someone will provide it. And if we define the regulations like this, I can guarantee you that someone else will come up with the systems that do whatever the frontier models do or the agentic models do and provide those capabilities. I come from the agent community. We do know how to build agents that are verifiable and guaranteed to stay within a set of bounds. So it's not like it's not possible. It's maybe not usable at the scale that they want to use it, but it's possible. So expecting that regulation is directing every little part of the technology is not really understanding the role of regulation. Regulation needs to set the boundaries, needs to set the requirements. If the requirement is transparency, then we need to demand that transparency. If the requirement is security, we need to demand security and not just say, sorry, if they cannot provide security, then I'm sorry, we need to take their systems unsecure as they are. We wouldn't accept that in any other sector. Somehow we accept it in the AI sector because I really fail to understand why we accept it. We don't. Any other industrial sector, no one, people would declare you completely crazy if you would accept this type of behavior.
That's exactly where I see the gap. The regulator currently does not specify the verifiability requirements for the providers.
No, because the regulator, and especially the European regulator, actually has no idea what they are doing. They are just trying to agree with everybody and everybody. They want to keep the big tech from the United States at all costs in, and they will take whatever curves and bends and whatever just to keep it going. Like I said, the omnibus, it's a shame for all of us. We should be ashamed of having a governance that plan to accept that omnibus thing. I don't even call it a law, it's a thing. I hope there are European governments or anyone from the European Commission in the room, because I keep saying this, but they don't listen. Yeah.
Good morning, Professor Virginia. Thank you very much for...
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so can you hear me? Okay.
Closer, maybe.
I'll try. So thank you very much, Professor Virginia. And my question is quite straight. In the context of the AI paradox, how do you see the transhumanism coming in, if it is coming?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yesterday, the keynote was held by a vice president of NVIDIA. He was talking about data centers and sustainable construction of data centers. He was criticizing Stargate, for instance. He also criticized Elon Musk. So it was
Stargate doesn't use their chips.
So he had a positive message, and he was saying, we are a tech company, so we're delivering the best tech we can. And it's hard to ask them for more, actually. So my question is, where do you see the responsibility of NVIDIA in the fact that the development of LLMs is highly unsustainable, a problem for everyone in the world, and also a problem for all societies, mostly Western societies. So where do you see the responsibility of NVIDIA, given this kind of...
Okay, good. First, great to know that NVIDIA is trying to be more sustainable, but independently of whether NVIDIA is going to be more sustainable in the way they build the chips and the data centers, the problem is, again, this forced belief that we have that the way forward is scalability. It is not. There are alternatives, and we do need to start looking at abstraction, at causality, at whatever else that I not even know. But LLMs is not the end or the future or the best option for AI. It is what we have now with all its problems, but instead of this mentality that we all seem to have, then this has all kinds of problems, but it's the only thing we have, so we have to put up with it. We should have a truly scientific approach. These models that we have are full of problems. They don't really solve A, B, C, and D. They generate all the sustainability and environmental problems that we have. So any good scientist needs to start thinking about what are alternatives that do whatever LLMs do well, but that solve all the different types of problems that comes with LLMs. We lost this capability somewhere down the road. We probably need to ask ChatGPT where that capability is. But the point is that is not what how NVIDIA is going to be responsible or not. It's much more about how are we all scientists, governments, users, deployers to be responsible. We don't need AI. We don't need to approach AI and the improvement of AI by scalability only. Soon, I hope, very soon, as soon as possible, we'll have alternatives which will use a fraction of what the capabilities of a data center or a chip have to do the same. When I started 40 years ago, again, the computers that I used were the size of this room, had less capability than my phone. we need to really, not NVIDIA as well, and great that they are doing as much as possible to make their own development responsible and sustainable. But NVIDIA and the scalability of data centers and computation are not the direction we need to go. We really need to explore other directions. I don't know which ones they are. I don't know which ones are will going to be positive or not, but I know that we do need to have options. LLMs are not the solution to all our problems, are not the direction in which we need to go forever. We do need to look at alternatives to transformers and LLMs.
There's a question in the chat. I will read it out.
And there is a question somewhere there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Sure.
we go with a question from the chat. To what extent do the objectives of major AI corporations align with long-term human welfare as opposed to corporate profit or self-preservation? Furthermore, is this commercial misalignment the primary driver behind the escalation of contemporary AI challenges, or are these issues fundamentally rooted in technical difficulties?
I don't think they are rooted in technical difficulties. They are rooted in, I mean, they are at this moment the easy way out. Like I say, the lazy way out is to just do what we are doing. Also, look at our own scientific conference. No one, or very little, they are asking us to look at the cost of our solution. Our papers are evaluated by the improvement on the efficiency of the algorithm. You can provide to NeurIPS or ICLM every year another paper with the same algorithm, and now this year my algorithm is 0.5% more efficient. No one, again, or very little, are asking us what was the cost of this improvement, how much compute, how much energy, how much data did you add to make this 0.05% improvement in your efficiency. We need to start measuring things differently. Just efficiency is not really and especially if that efficiency of that algorithm is going to help us, I don't know, get a better recommendation for the Netflix movie tonight, maybe 0.05% improvement of the algorithm doesn't really help much. Anyway, going back to the question, yes, of course, most of the solutions that we are seeing today are coming from very extremely commercial and commercially motivated organizations. Profit is, unfortunately, the main driver of most of these companies. And profit today is better than profit tomorrow. They work in this extremely short terms of investment in which the shareholder profit and satisfaction needs to be guaranteed of every second. So in all of this, the race in which they are with each other is forcing them to as possible, because they have to guarantee to the investors that put all the money that no one even understands how much money that is into their companies, based on a promise, because most of them are not even really delivering or making any the profits that are there, but they have to keep this investment there. So we are in a AI is pushing the already exaggerated move of capital and power concentration even more than without AI. And it's difficult in this economic cycle distinguish between what is the power or the economic forces and the AI developments. It's all completely inter. But doesn't need to be this. It is a possibility, an alternative, but we have other alternatives also for making profit.
Hi, Professor Dignum, thank you so much for this inspiring talk. I'm really looking forward to reading your book. I'm Nikki Lisa Cole from No Center, one of the members of the ENFIELD Consortium. Mm-hmm. My question is around the difficulties of governance and regulation. So you pointed out that it's our responsibility, like collective responsibility, to enact governance, to ensure that regulation happens, right? And you take the example of the EU AI Act, which you pointed out has this troubling inversion, right, of how the regulation is supposed to work. And we also discussed yesterday that it doesn't have much teeth or much strength to it, right? The way it's written and carried out. So my question to you is, what do you think is the bargaining power that the tech companies hold in lobbying against these kinds of regulations? And I ask this because, like, in traditional industries, manufacturing industries, the bargaining power is usually from one nation to the next. Okay, if you tax us too much, we're going to take our operations elsewhere, right? Or if you put too strong environmental regulations, we're gone. But what is the bargaining power exactly when it's not like a manufacturing context, or it's not about jobs? Or from your standpoint, from your insider knowledge, what do you think they are using to pressure governments against regulation?
Very, very good, very important question. And again, indeed, like I said before, not all regulation and legislation is done well. And the AI Act, unfortunately, is becoming the school text example of how it shouldn't be done. It has no teeth, yes, because we didn't, or our government didn't put teeth there. I don't really know what is the bargaining power they have. One is the size. Those companies nowadays are bigger than most of our countries in terms of economical power. So they are the giants and the superpowers in the world. They are bigger economically than what we can do. So that is one of the bargaining power. The other one is this constant rhetoric of the FOMO. If you don't do it, you are going to miss out. Everybody else is doing it. And if you are not agreeing in the way we're doing it, you are going to be the loser. And this is becoming a kind of a mantra inside the minds of our government. They don't want to be the loser, and the word loser, as you know, is being used politically all the time nowadays. And the fear of being the loser is motivating a lot of what is there. Whether they are going to be the losers or they are kind of brainwashed into what means to be a loser, that's I don't really know, but I fear that a lot of it comes from this fear of missing out and the power, the huge power economic that they have, that they are bigger than the government.
What?
Thank you all. Thanks.
Just one very simple interactive question. Who has read the AI Act here, all the 400 something pages? Oh, so great number. So, but I think it's just share your thoughts, everyone. And now thanks to Virginia.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
We brought you some Belgian chocolate. Now I ask everyone to go to the coffee break, and then also we give some, let's say, 5 minutes extra for returning here for 10:35. Okay, at 10:35 the next session starts, and don't forget that there are demos besides the coffee.
Okay, good morning. Hope that you enjoyed the first part and keynote and enjoy the coffee break. So now we have another session on explainability and human oversight in AI system. And our colleague Mohammed from BME is the moderator. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Aida, for introducing me. Good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the keynote session and also the short break. So welcome to our session, Explainability and the Human Oversight in AI Systems. My name is, again, Mohammed Aradi. I'm a researcher from Budapest University of Technology and Economics from Hungary. I'm very happy, actually, and proud to moderate this session today. In this session, we will discuss actually one more question in explainability and trustworthy AI. So the question is, how can we design AI systems that are not only powerful, but also understandable, accountable, and meaningful, overseen by human? So as you know, explainability is not only a technical topic. We will look at this topic actually today from different perspectives. Academia, industry, human-centered AI, interactive systems, and AI governance. The structure of the session today, as you may know, so each speaker, we have 4 speakers, excellent actually speakers, and each speaker will introduce like 8-10 minutes presentation, and then we will have a short panel discussion, and then we will open the session for the people, excellent people, to have any more question. So today, please join me, our great speakers. So I would like to start with Johan Loix. He is assistant professor at Umeå University, Brussels, and head of research at Collective, who will bring an industry and strategic perspective on explanation and the relation between human and machine. His presentation focused on finding a mutual representation between human and machine and why explainability matters in real AI projects. Then I will have a presentation also from Jarek Pandi-Abili. So he's from Tenor Research and Innovation, who will bring an industry here perspective on responsible AI, human oversight, and explainability in the real world network automation systems. After that, I will have Gregor Baer. So he is explainability AI candidate from Eindhoven University of Technology, who will again discuss generating and evaluating AI explanations, including both technical and human-centric sides of explainability. At the end, I will also invite Gezani, our professor and head of laboratory at Budapest University of Technology and Economics. He will discuss evaluation challenges in intelligent voice assistance, including multilingual, multimodal evaluation, and the difficulty of comparing in real-world network automation system. So without taking more time, let us start with our first presentation. It's my pleasure to invite Johan Loix to the stage. So please, Johan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'll give my very humble contribution. So I like to have my 2 legs in different waters. I still need to find a good expression. So one in academia, but I've had a lot of contact with industry. And so for me, publication is actually a starting point to deliver real value and impact. And so I want to share some perspectives on explainability with you from these projects. So to start, why use AI? So why do companies or organizations need AI? Typically, it's because it brings economies of certainty, being more certain about something, being able to tackle more complex cases that go beyond human understanding, active experimentation, and scaling. For example, micro-personalization at scale. Now, there's many ways how you can look at it. This framework is not complete, but what's the point? It's that it goes at the expense of understandability. So this is exactly the value of AI. Often is that it goes beyond human understanding. So it's key. There's no use to expect that we will fully understand their decisions. But it has an important impact for the role of the human, because we go from control to negotiating with machines. So they become, of course, more autonomous and so on. And so psychologically, this is a very big change. And so if I look at projects that I do, and why do organizations need explainability? I don't have to tell you, I guess there's many experts here, but there's many different reasons across the AI lifecycle. And a very important one is to improve the design of your systems. AI systems evolve as you discover more and more when using AI. So that's a very important one. Of course, you have legal, ethical reasons like contestability, accountability. It's important for acceptance, like the rhetoric power of explanations. It's of course important for human learning, so people can learn about their job. But I want to highlight number 3 and 4. It's really the integration within processes. So algorithms, of course, live in a closed world, or assume the closed world hypothesis, and that everything that there is to know is available in data, has been formalized. This is, of course, not the case. So this leaves a gap. So a responsible use, even if the system works perfect, requires explainability. And because the people acting on the decisions can interpret within reality, because algorithms, of course, work in a virtual world. And also it's important for innovation point of view, so to have a more versatile integration within real context. And as you know, real contexts are very, very messy. No one understands them. They're ever changing and so on. So there's very organizational perspectives that are really important. I use, when teaching about AI, so I'm a professor in AI, a little epistemic framework, the define, formalize, implement. So you need, when you talk about AI or technology, the outcomes, the technical systems, you always need to think at 3 epistemic levels or abstraction layers. And one is the definition, so it's reality. How do we look at reality? What do we think is important? What's relevant? This is about philosophical views on the problem at hand, about a theory. There's always a theory, a philosophical theory behind any AI implementation, even if it's implicit. Then, of course, you formalize reality into quantified structures, and then you implement this in code, run it on machines. And the key question is, how do you keep these 3 epistemic silos aligned? We'll see why I'm talking about this in a second. And so I want to share a very simple illustration. I won't make this presentation too long. In cybersecurity, so I do quite some projects in threat detection in infrastructure, so to see, has my infrastructure, IT infrastructure, been compromised? And often they look for anomalies, so unexpected things. And my viewpoint is always to start from the human. What do you mean with unexpected? And it's a lot of talking and honing actually the human intelligence in order to come. So this is at the theory level. And what do you mean with an anomaly? And these are the important conversations and explanations as well start at this level. What's an explanation? What do you need? How will you use it? And so while typically as an AI implementer, of course, you start bottom up, like you have anomaly detection methods, but they define anomaly mathematically. And so it's a complete kind of different world. And the key is to align these conceptual models. So the conceptual model of the human doing a job in a real context with the mathematical implementation. And so for me, there is no, you cannot talk about explainability without looking at the process and how it's embedded in this, like Virginia explained, this socio-technical environment. And so I always start from the process. What are you trying to achieve? How can explanations help? And so what's important, so I start with the conceptual model. So if you look, for example, Don Norman's book on design, people always have a conceptual model on how things work. And so this is very difficult with AI because we don't understand how they work, even though we might understand the principles. So one part is training, and you need to educate people on learn to think like a machine. So this is one part of explainability in order to be able to align the conceptual model. And that's how I define white box explainability. It's when the conceptual model of your explanations are guaranteed to align structurally, for example, with the conceptual model of a human. And then lastly, I always take a process perspective. As a joke, I tried to start the no data. You had NoSQL 15 years ago, and I wanted to start the no data movement. I'm still alone in this movement if anyone cares to join. But it's actually quite powerful because it's in the end, we're not really interested in the data. We're interested in the process, and a process generates data. We measure things about the process, for example, a physical process with data. And so we're interested in the process. And so this leads to the situated knowledge. And in some domains, there's a perfect fit, like in physics. We've described the basic laws of physics. So your conceptual model aligns. You have a mutual language, perfect match between the human and the computational, the formalized world. And then you try to align it, and then you have actually equations that and the structure of your world that you describe in physics lead to, or you can measure things about it, have observations about this process. And so especially in innovation projects, I found this process perspective very powerful, also to improve the technical design of systems. That's what I wanted to share with you, and I hope we can disagree so I can learn from you. And that's, I thank you.
So thank you very much, Johan, for a great presentation. I think this is very good starting point for our session, because you know that it shows that explainability is not only about algorithms, but also about communication, alignment, and real world use. So let's move to the next topic. Again, I am pleased to invite our second speaker, Gergel Paris, to the stage. So please.
Hi, welcome. So click over. Yes. So I'm actually going to talk about many of the same things that Johan has been talking about, but from a bit more narrow perspective. So let's first think of machine learning, like more traditionally defined, and say we have some pipeline, right? We have some data. We're going to make use whatever AI model, and we're going to make some prediction to help with whatever thing you can imagine. Usually we say like, hey, this model is not explainable. What can we do? Yeah, well, we want to explain it. We have a bunch of methods to do that. And maybe going to Johan's last question of what is an explanation. In academia, usually it's we make it some technical artifact. We just say like, hey, we have some algorithm that tells you what this model is doing, and now we can explain it. But in the end, we sort of want to get to a point where we can have this interpretation, where we can inform decision makers. And it also touches on this point, it's like, hey, do these explanation methods, whatever output they have, is that aligned with what the decision makers, people, human in the loop, what they need? Going a bit more in toy example, you could also say like, hey, let's have some, I don't know, ECG data, let's throw some AI at it, and let's say like, oh, this patient has had a heart attack or not. Explanation could then look like, say, a heat map over the time series. And this tells you like, oh, this AI was apparently focusing on this part, which is most highlighted. And we might have many reasons to do this. Like the canonical example is we want to detect unwanted behavior of the AI to improve it. This paper is almost, basically 10 years old now. They trained some machine learning algorithms to classify dogs versus wolves, and turns out, like huskies basically were almost always classified as wolves because the model turned out to focus on the snow and the background, which is not really the behavior we would want, say, for autonomous driving. And being able to use explanations to detect these unwanted behaviors is a big, upside. So many different technical artifacts or ways to do that. We just like heat maps, Shapley values, which have been around and adopted in industry for almost 10 years now. We've done our own work in this consortium to improve or try to come up with different ways to produce these and hopefully make them better, whatever better means. We'll get to that in a second. But let's take a little step back. And usually we say we consider the AI systems as a black box. We don't know what's going on its side, and we want to explain it and somehow get to this more transparent representation. But I'm going to say that usually we can't really get there. We might only get to like a partial understanding of what's going on, and that partial understanding might differ depending on what algorithms we use to explain the initial black box. Because after all, if it was so easy to explain, then we wouldn't need the black box algorithm in the first place. So what happens in academia is we try to come up with better ways to get to this transparent side, get it more transparent, more faithful to the underlying black box, and then we go back and we evaluate it with other algorithms, and we say like, oh, our metrics are best, so we explain this better, but we don't really align it to what the user needs in the end. In practice, what these things could look like is basically, say, we get different heat maps out with different explanation algorithms, different configurations, but which one do you believe? What insights can you really get from this? It's often not super clear, or many of these might be equally valid. So in general, we focus usually on this technical artifact, on this explanation. Let's explain, and somehow it will magically go into better decision making, better things. But we oftentimes tend to forget this interpretation part. So depending on who the user is, maybe the explanation is not really for this heat map, for instance, is not really what we need or want. And to be honest, this latter part is also very hard. So different people can have different understanding. So this, depending on expertise, technology acceptance, or the conceptual alignment or knowledge that you have. And interestingly, there's also quite some studies that show, like, if you offer some explanations, even if maybe they're wrong, people tend to be more accepting of the system. So in that sense, we also need to be careful to not just say, let's make everything explainable, because maybe it leads to trust that's not actually warranted. So with that said, I want to leave you with this little picture. It's the common fable or allegory. And you could say, like, if these people that are looking at this elephant are touching it, everyone will come up with a different interpretation of what this creature actually is. And you could see both the explanation methods and the people looking at the explanation methods here as the blindfolded people. So explanations can usually vary based on what the algorithm is looking at and how that is constructed, but also the interpretations vary. And it's basically up to us to design that and figure out the way forward. Well, thanks for listening.
So thank you very much, Gregor, for a great presentation. I think this is, again, important bridge between our session, because it reminds us that explainability is not only producing explanations, but also evaluating whether these explanations are faithful, understandable, and useful decision makers. So let's move to the third presentation, our industry person. So I am pleased to invite Jarek to the stage, please.
Thank you very much. So my name is Jarek. I work as a research scientist in Telenor, which is a large telecom operator present in the Nordics and in Asia. And I want to talk about normal technology, but extraordinary stakes for critical industry. And when I say normal technology, I am borrowing a terminology from Arvind Narayanan and Sayash Kapoor, who wrote a series of essays last year arguing that AI is not an exceptional technology. And that doesn't mean that it won't be a transformational technology, but they argue that AI, much like electricity and the internet, is a technology that takes time to enter into processes and workflows. It takes time to adjust regulations and frameworks to this new reality, to this new technology. And it's posited as a sort of counterpoint to some of these views about AI as a technology that will lead to doom scenarios and utopias or visions of AI as being merely hype. It's just positing AI as a transformational technology, but not one that changes the whole world overnight at a broader level. And the point is really that just inventing the technological methods, the capabilities, for example, the large language models, does not immediately lead to large impacts. There is a whole process in between, right? So LLMs were developed in 2017, or if you take Jürgen Schmidhuber's side, in the 1990s. So ChatGPT came in by the end of 2022. So that was 5 years later, right? It was not an immediate process from one to the other step. And for LLMs to be integrated in businesses, for example, I've been seeing in the last year, maybe 2 years, really an uptake in, for example, solutions like Microsoft Copilot and Claude, etc. So it takes a while for people to adjust to this, and this is normal. This is completely expected for technology developments, right? And the essential reason for this is because there are speed bumps along the way. There are certain issues like you have the last mile problem, where maybe going from performance going from 50% to 90% takes you say 2 months, but going from 90% to 95% accuracy will take you a year, right? The corner cases are the most difficult always, right? You have problems like the capability reliability gap. Okay, on a good day, your technology is doing an exceptional job for you, but on the reliability side, if you have systems that need to be online 99.999% of the time, if you have systems that are responsible for critical digital infrastructure like telecom providers are, you cannot run risks, right? You cannot run risks that compromise your infrastructure to an unacceptable degree. So you need to build trust, and building trust goes slowly. You need to characterize the systems you're trying to implement. And I'll give you a concrete example very shortly. But the whole point here is that this process from invention to innovation and then diffusion of technology into businesses, it takes time. There are learning curves. There are regulatory frameworks that need to be upgraded and updated over time as new insights become available, right? And so at Telenor, I won't go into detail on this. Virginia already succinctly pointed out that, it's not enough to have responsible AI principles, but we do have them. It's important to start somewhere. What we did is we started looking at a Harvard study on all of these principles that have been coming out, and then we tried to outline what they mean for us. What are the most relevant points for us as a telecom company, right? And we see transparency, explainability, human oversight, and control. But what does it exactly mean for us? If you look them up online, this is all public information, and there's some more details there. But that's a starting point. We've been very clear that's a starting point. Then we need to move into developing playbooks and guidelines for how exactly are we going to implement these technologies, particularly the chatbots and LLMs, foundation models. How do we implement those, and how do we work with those? When do we trust them? What data can be entered into these systems, etc. And then, of course, we don't develop all of these systems ourselves. We work with partners, so we need to make sure that our standards are high and also communicated clearly to the partners we work with, right? So one example from the network side is the work on network energy management, where we've been collaborating with Ericsson on a solution, a reinforcement learning agent that basically moves customers between antennas. And the idea is, if you don't need the capacity in your network, then you might as well turn it off, save some energy. But it requires a bunch of orchestration and a well-defined process for handing over and moving units from the capacity cells that you turn off to coverage cells, and all of these handovers. It gets quite complicated in practice. But the result is that indeed we are able to increase the sleep mode. We were able to test this in a live network setting, which is not a given. If you have met any radio network engineers, they are very specific about their requirements, and our uptime and throughput numbers are critical for us and for our customer experience, of course. So there are stringent requirements, yet it is possible to work with this. It is possible to have the best of both worlds. But it's also not easy. It takes time to adjust our systems. Systems like in telecom operators, you have many legacy infrastructure. So you have hardware that is not made for continuous updating of parameters on the go. And this takes time to upgrade these systems and roll out these solutions. And how we build trust with the network engineers, one essential part there was explainable AI. So we have the Shapley values, as Gregor already mentioned, giving the feature importance, allowing our network engineers to match their domain knowledge, see, is it important that this parameter affects the sleep mode? Does that make sense? Are there corner cases here? And then we've been working on this autonomous policy explanation. The Ericsson colleagues implemented this, and that is more like a natural language rule of thumb system, where you get a quick overview of when the system encourages wake up, when it encourages sleep mode. And this is slightly less granular information, but easier to grasp, easier to understand. And that is one of the messages I want to give here. Oversight is important. But it only works if you match it to the risk level and tailor it to your audience and the people who need to get the information, right? In conclusion, this will take a while, but we are working on it, and happy to discuss more as we talk in this panel. Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much, Jarek, for this excellent industry perspective. Your presentation, I think, clearly connect explainability with responsible AI, trust, meaningful human oversight in real-world system. Okay, now let's continue with important angle related to the intelligent assistant multimodal system and evaluation. So please welcome with me, Professor Nimet Geza, for our stage.
Dear Matt, thank you for the introduction. Actually, this is a call for cooperation. So it's not a finished project or it's not a dream. It's just an idea about what we could work on in the future. So what is the challenge? So we have a lot of assistants. Some of them are part of coming from foundational models. Sometimes we use RAG, and there are many application domains. So it means that in each domain we have some different requirements. But the problem is that we don't really have a open source framework for the evaluation of these systems. So for most people, it's simply just a number of parameters that are involved. So if you have more weights, then probably it is better. But there is no guarantee for that. And of course, usually everything is demonstrated by English. But in practice, we have about 7,000 languages in the world. So that's a problem, and it's not only speech and it's text, but sometimes we have other ways of interaction. And another problem is that some of the commercial assistants are very closed, so you don't even have an API to handle it. So you cannot see the internal states. So basically, you can evaluate just by screen copies and then manual processing. So the idea is that let's try to put together some unified evaluation framework, create reference data sets that correspond to the targeted application domain, and find out some KPIs, relevant evaluation dimensions. For example, sometimes you need real-time processing in a telecom situation, but sometimes it is offline in a medical evaluation situation. And then it's a very interesting challenge to find out some methodology for closed systems where you have no API, but still some way of how to see how it can work. So we did some early evaluation in a master student project where we took some of the well-known models and one closed model and then try to see how to work with it, how difference we have if the input is text or if it is audio, and the language was English and Chinese. And actually the data set was very simple because we had a native Chinese student. She spoke proper English. So she recorded everything with her Chinese accent in English and with native accent in Chinese, and tried to find some facts, simple facts for 170 cases in various domains of life, and then find out some evaluation dimensions. The simplest is, of course, manual accuracy, human evaluation. Then find some similarity, semantic similarity, word error rate for English and character error rate for Chinese, because then you cannot use word error rate. And then for real-time responsiveness, token first time, and then some noise robustness. So these are the parameters we try to look at. And it turned out that if you look at the manual evaluation, some models in some situations are nearly perfect. Some other models, depending on the language and depending on the scenario, have much worse performance. And then it's interesting, okay, what can be the objective parameter which we can generate automatically and save some manual work. So it turns out that this burst score F1 seems to correlate quite well with the manual evaluation. But sometimes some models where they don't necessarily have some proper answer strategy, they fail and they create like more errors than actually the answer could be. The next question is latency. And there we have two different ones, like the first token in a dialogue situation, that's the most important. So if you have like more than 10 seconds until the first answer, then the dialogue will not work. And maybe the performance is somewhat less in accuracy, but if your response arrives in 1 second, then maybe you can sacrifice something from the accuracy. So it's a good example of where, depending on the task, you can have various KPIs.
How many member states does the European Union currently have?
About noise. We added some babble noise to the signal, and depending on the signal-to-noise ratio, and depending on the signal, and depending on the language, we had quite different results. And it turns out that, which is in a way quite surprising, that until about 0 dB, it's more or less okay. But after that, there is a very sharp decline in our systems. So then this slide is maybe the most important from our part. So we think that we should set up a team somehow for create like this standard framework, where the main idea is to have a strong automation of evaluation, because we have lots of models and they change every day. Even if we are good enough, then we can automatically search for the new models, and then create test scenarios, data sets, and there you have lots of options. So that's why you really need like a large amount of work and large amount of people who are interested, and then try to set up some objective and subjective evaluation metrics, because usually in the end, it's always the humans who judge a system, but it's very expensive and very slow. So for example, it's good to have some objective metrics to do some pre-filtering of systems. So we already have some very simple, very initial framework, but it is already there. So if you are interested, you can just look at it on GitHub. And thank you again. And if you have an interest of joining this kind of activity, then just let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Geza. So this brings us important applied perspective, especially on how evaluate intelligent systems in practice and how difficult can be to compare open, closed, multimodal, and multilingual. So thank you very much again for all the speakers. Now I would like to invite all my speakers to the panel to have like a short discussion. Thank you. So I will sit down here. The camera stuff. So, sorry, because this is like for the camera that we already record. So for saving the time, thank you very much again for joining me this important panel discussion. So I will start with Geza, because you already remember what he said in his great slides. So Geza, in interactive AI systems, especially speech, multimodal or robotics interface, how should explanation be presented so that they support the user without interrupting the interaction?
Yeah, I think it's it's quite a difficult issue because it very much depends on the context. And it's hard to imagine like all possible contexts where you are there. But at least I think you have to try to have like enough possible parameters and which are easy to understand. And if you have a good set of parameters which are easy to understand, then you can hope that real user will find out the parameters that are important for them. So here, basically, yeah, the user is the king, the human is the king. So what you can do is try to support as much as possible, and don't think that like a green box or a red box is enough. So you need something more. And I think I can give you a very simple example. Also, you need the education. So on the way here, we came by car. So I asked ChatGPT, okay, what do you recommend for me? Where should I take petrol so that it would be the cheapest to get there? So it said, okay, try to have something in Germany because petrol is cheaper in Germany than Belgium. Then I checked on some real data sets, and it turned out that it's the other way. So I wrote back to ChatGPT, you are wrong. Petrol is cheaper in Belgium than in Germany. It said, oh, sorry, I worked from last year's data. Now, that's an explanation, but I'm not sure that is relevant. So the question is, again, what is the data that you get from a system, and how can you give it properly to the user that he could make or she could make the decision?
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much for this nice example, which we already have it in our travel to here. So now I will switch to the Johan. So Johan, you have seen AI from both technical and strategic perspective for many years. In real world projects, where do explainability and transparency usually become most important? I mean, during design, deployment, or even after something goes wrong?
Yeah, so my feeling is, or experience mainly is during design, because you need to have people on board. Also, explanations are designed in the end. So I really liked your quote that trust needs to be engineered or designed. But also you have a lot of contextual factors like politics within an organization, contextual factors, the process, and so on. So for me, it's design. But also at use, because systems are always evolving because your context is changing. So you need to be sure that your model stays aligned. And so it's never a one-time thing. So I tried to evade the question, which is so let's stick to design.
Okay, great. So thanks, and also thank you to connect it with the code with Jarek. So Jarek, now is your turn. So from industry, of course, perspective, especially telecom and AI governance, how do you balance the need for powerful AI system with the requirement for human oversight?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. How to balance powerful systems with need for oversight. I think oversight is exactly what enables you to have these powerful systems. It's not an either-or question. I think why do you have autopilot in planes, right? I mean, it's highly powerful, but this was built up over time. The trust was built up over time. You have systems for measuring all of the flight data. You have manual overrides. You have the black boxes. You have systems to ensure that there is learning from all incidents. That is exactly what enables you. So I think, yeah, the oversight is absolutely essential to allowing us in the telecom sector and critical infrastructure to use these powerful systems. And of course, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing either, right? You need to adjust your oversight systems to
the risk level of your application. And yeah, there's many different types of oversight possibilities, human in the loop, human on the loop, approval systems, etc. I mean, you have the risk of automation bias. This is all a very important discussion, but it needs to be taken step by step per application.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the detailed question. Now I will end this first round question with Gregor. So from your work on explainable AI and interpretable models, what do you think is still missing between a model that explains itself and explanation that is actually useful for humans?
It's a difficult question to answer because, again, it really depends on who are you presenting this to. So there's really, I think that the message I want to hammer home is that there's really no one-size-fits-all thing. And we need to think about the purpose. Like, first, do we even need an explanation? In theory, if the system is completely perfect, then yeah, why bother, right? It's just with facial recognition, for instance, on your camera that it detects your face. Like, do we really care anymore? But yeah, the simple way out is just it depends. So I'm going to give a bit of a non-answer here.
Okay. Great, thank you. So now I would like to open a question for all our speakers. I will start with Johan. So is explainability, I mean, I will start for everyone, but the main question is explainability mainly a technical problem or human central design problem or a governance problem?
I want to take the opportunity, to challenge you on the what if it works perfectly, because actually it's a thought experiment that I often do. It's like, what if it works perfectly? Like, for example, we have a school dropout, predicting school dropout of students. And what if you could perfectly predict this? What if it was never wrong? It would also create ethical and many interesting questions, like how will we handle? Will we act responsibly? Will it make things worse, maybe than better, and so on? So you can have very nonlinear effects, even in case of. Sorry, I just wanted to challenge that, putting the panel to action. And now I forgot the question. So maybe we can go to Erik.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, I think so. You were asking is explainability a technical problem? Is it a socio-technical problem? I mean, it is all of the problems at once, right? But I think you need to start at the governance layer, actually, determining whose responsibility is at stake here, who is accountable for the outcomes of your system, and then you can move towards determining what kind of explainability you need, and then you can move towards what methodology, what technique can give you that kind of explainability that you want. That's my answer.
Okay. So, Gregor?
First, maybe to respond to Johan, I think then we shouldn't have predicted in the first place. So it's not really, then it becomes a bit of an ethical or governance question, and it's not about the explanation or anything anymore. But I guess we can argue over the coffee break. For the human-centric versus technical versus governments, I think I'll just have to agree with Erik. But I sort of would like to push it to start a bit more from the human-centric side before just saying like, oh, technology has all the solutions and we'll just make it better and somehow it will work magically in the end. So maybe more emphasis on the human part.
Thank you, Geza. So let's end this answer to this question.
Understand, and actually, I think it's many universities. It's a problem that you have a pressure to decrease the fallout rate, and we are trying to look for correlations, whatever. And it's a very good question. If you warn the student that he's in a state that has a great probability to fall out, and this way maybe you push down his or her self-confidence, or what to do. So it's like, again, something that might depend on people. So for example, that would be possible to provide it as an option, just seen by the given person. And then if he's interested in that, he looks at it. If he's not interested in that, would not look at it. But my other answer would be that taking into account the delay because of the coffee break, and that we started like about 13 minutes late this session, and don't take away too much time from the next one, and also to be like audience focused, human-centered, audience focused. We could move, probably devote some time to the audience for the questions. So that would be my proposal.
Thank you very much. I don't know, so we have 1, 2 questions. Yes, so please.
We can have 6 minutes for questions.
Okay.
Hello, hi. Thank you all. This is Rafael with IO Integrated. I just like to know, do we really have explainability? Beside, I would say we have loops at the loop level, which is some type of deterministic, we can tell, but at the LLM level, is it the LLM statistically trying to come up with an explanation about what it said? Or do we actually have explainability? Is it achievable in a way that is satisfactory besides some statistical approximation?
So, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
That's a good question. And here you suppose that we use LLM. And I think it was a very good point in the keynote. You don't necessarily need to use LLM. So there are always alternatives to problems. And the question is, yes, that why should we use certain tools in automation? So for me, for example, it's a current problem that a company asked us to teach them about AI. But they said that we only have one limitation. You can only use Copilot. So then you already in a very narrow way. And that would be very important, that we would like educate people, and that would be like in explainability, the first point, to explain that you always have alternatives, and check your alternatives first and then make your decision. But on the other hand, I would say that if you already explain the limitations of the LLM, and then just everywhere you would have a quote that yes, this system is doing this or that, but you need to check if it is about factual things. It's about, I would say, typically if about like general policy thing, which we sometimes call blah blah blah, for that it's okay. But if you have anything factual, just check it at some other places as well.
Do you want to add something, Jerry?
I think no, we don't have explanations would be the simple answer. I personally don't consider chain of thought or reasoning trace or so to be actual explanations. And really the problem is it becomes a more larger system, right? Like what are the tools doing? Maybe we can get something like if it's doing RAG where we can get citations from things, but really no, I think we would need a different architecture to actually explain what's going on.
Yeah. Thank you. Jarek, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I generally agree with Gregor that it's quite lacking right now. You have this strand of work on mechanistic interpretability, right, which tries to look into what parts of the networks are activated given this and that input, which is the first step really towards this kind of explainability, I think, but it's still far away from really being functional for practical use case, I would say.
Thank you very much. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the good presentation. So my question is more on the topic of human oversight. So we talk about human in the loop, human on the loop. That means basically less frequently having human checks over time. And we were discussing yesterday on the topic of human out of the loop. My question would be under what, let's say, circumstances does it make sense to do that? And we see now these trends. Many companies are from last year trying to redesign their workflows to have less and less human oversight. And basically my question for the panel is, what factors enable this to make sense and when it's basically not a good idea?
I can start. So perhaps on the practical side, like on the network, we have thousands of base stations, each with a number of antennas, and we need to make decisions constantly on all of those. So it's impossible to have one person to approve all of these changes over time. Right. So in that case, exactly, you need to switch to monitoring with a human out of the loop, and you have some dashboards, and you have built up this trust over time already through your pilots, and set some monitoring requirements there. When exactly do you need to? Where is the threshold when you move from human in the loop to human on the loop to human out of the loop? I think it's impossible for me to answer right now on the exact requirements, because it depends so much on the use case, right? I think everything needs to really come from a well understood framework for the risk assessment of your systems and how you move up in levels of autonomy there. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So there is a question here.
Hey. Hello. So thank you for your presentation. So I have a question related to security, because right now the discussion is more about explainability. And we know that talking about explainability is like screening a lot of things on the AI systems. So do you think that explainability, I would say, can have like an impact on the security or privacy of data?
Okay, so Johan, do you want to answer this?
I don't think I understand your question completely. You want to know how explainabilities can improve or expose systems to privacy concerns, or? Yes, it's a good question. Well, typically, the more you expose, the more chance you have to compromise. But on the other hand, I think explanations can also help if you look indeed at bigger systems to make them more robust, as you have some insight into, well, not why, because there's no why in machines, there's only how a decision was made. So I think if you look at bigger systems, it could be interesting that also machine systems use explanations to improve their interpretation of predictions. So not only humans. And on the exposure part, my intuition is yes, but I don't see immediately how that would happen. I need to think about it. Sorry.
My idea is, well, from the very beginning, there were hackers who tried to get out personal data from large models. So that is still there. And if there is like not care enough, the explanations where people or systems give examples can breach, in certain cases, the privacy. But that is, again, the issue of system design, whether what you allow and what you don't allow. So it's, again, we go back to the planning phase. So yes. Thank you for the questions. I think we only have time for one more question.
That would be me, I think.
Okay.
Thanks for the presentations. I'll come to the question. I have a question about the humans themselves, actually. What kind of skills or meta skills or values do humans need to have good oversight over AI systems?
Well, I would say it's the domain knowledge. So if you have a certain problem where a human knows a lot about the data and it's going on, then you can possibly have good oversight. If you don't have, like, you right? Like, I don't know, if I was working at Eric's company and I don't have a clue about how networks work, I could look at the explanations. I may be a technical expert in, I don't know, how to interpret chat values, but I'm going to be a really bad overseer of that system. So I think there's where the context is, and that domain expertise, and not only the technical part.
Yeah. So
sorry, just to add, I think also, it's also a prerequisite to critical thinking. If you want to be critical, and then just common sense, which I think is also very, very important. And then, especially thinking about use of AI in military applications, which is happening too often against the law, is the guts to stand up against decisions. And because there's accountability problem, if an algorithm takes a decision and you follow it, you can hide behind the machine. What if you take an independent decision and you're wrong? Then it's your problem. And so I think this is there's a very important power dynamics happening within organizations as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, speakers. So our key message for our session is that explainability is not only about opening the model, it is also about designing AI system that human can understand, question, trust, and responsible overseas. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much for the interesting presentation and the engaging discussion. Now we move to the next session. Okay, we are 15 minutes behind, but we try to make it on time. On code compliance and competitiveness, making the AI Act work for Europe. And my colleague Alberto from Majuli is moderating that. Thank you.
Okay, last session before lunch, so stay with me a little bit more. So good morning, everybody. I am Alberto Casanova. I'm a senior project manager in the R&D department of Majoli Group in Italy. We will handle this session a little bit different in the sense that we won't have a presentation, but it will be a panel discussion, a conversation between experts. And looking back to when I was planning this session, I think it ended up being a good choice of having an open discussion, because this session dives more into a topic that has been mentioned and touched multiple times since the start of the conference. And given the complexity, I think panel discussion fits very well, especially with the different perspective brought by the panelists. We heard that there is a need for more trustworthy AI, more greener and more sustainable AI. There is a need for transparency, accountability, explainability, and so on. But in order to achieve that, I think we need also to go back to the root problem and to prove AI developers, deployers, and of course policymakers first, that there is a real need from the European citizens, companies, and organizations for that. But not only in the EU, maybe also and especially worldwide, can an adequately regulated AI be a differentiating factor for the European AI? So the title of the session is Code Compliance and Competitiveness, Making the AI Act Work for Europe. During this session, we will try to kind of deconstruct the AI Act and the AI policies from a compliance burden into a competitive framework. And this session will explore if and how research evidence and industry standards can turn regulatory requirements into a kind of seal of quality to drive and differentiate European AI adoption, sustainability, and eventually leadership. So in order to do that, I invited a group of 4 great panelists that will bring their perspective from EU-funded project, academia, private sector, public sector, and of course their experience in working in and with policymaking bodies. So we're gonna just sit here. I'm gonna call the panelist, my colleague Astik Samal from Group Maggioli, Julia Palma, Jerry Spanakis, and Giovanni Bonati. Okay, so let's start with a brief round of introduction to let everyone know who you are, what's your background and the experience. Giovanni, do you want to start? Do you want to get first? Just 1 minute to introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Giovanni Bonati. I am a colleague of Alberto. I work in Maggioli and in some institutions such as Italian Parliament and European Parliament, look after at a question regarding the digitalization of the relationship between a citizen and a public administration.
Thank you. Asik?
It's working. Hello, good morning, everyone. As you all know me, I'm Astik Samal. I'm working as technical project manager in the Group of Maggioli and in the R&D department, of course. I usually manage projects in the domains for Industry 4.0, AI, LLMs, and recently we are getting into IoT and semiconductor designs as well. And of course, we have the upcoming network for 6G telecommunications. For ENFIELD, we are particularly focusing on the policy making and the policy recommendations side from the ENFIELD project perspective.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julia Palma. I work for CEDAR, Ireland Centre for Applied AI. We are a center promoted by the Government of Ireland through the innovation agencies, and we have our own membership of companies. We work for and with the companies. My role is EU affairs expert for the center. Then I've been involved with different associations, the Global Network for Global AI Policy Research, and also the representing ETAMI, that is Ethical and Trustworthy Matching and Artificial Learning of the Big Data Value Association. And recently I've been involved with the working group on the transparency requirement of the AI Act and the EU AI Office.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm Jerry Spanakis. I'm an assistant professor at Maastricht University, just around the corner in the Netherlands. My background is technical, so I've been trained in computer science. I've been doing machine learning and natural language processing before large language models, before deep learning even, when things were simpler, didn't work that good. But in the last decade or so, I've also been working a lot with legal scholars in looking at the technology and law. And different legislation. So yeah, thanks for the invitation and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you everybody for the introduction. So I have some notes. I have some questions for the experts. I will post them directly, but of course the floor is open for everybody who wants to jump in. Don't start fights. Hope you all agree, but if you disagree, it's an opportunity to have an open discussion. So we're gonna start with Jerry. Jerry, your research sits on the intersection of NLP, fairness, and legal application. Exactly where a domain where a lot of high-risk AI systems under the AI Act operate. So from a technical standpoint, how big is the gap between what the AI Act requires companies to demonstrate, like transparency, robustness, human oversight, and what the research community can actually measure and verify today?
Yeah, so that's a great question, maybe difficult to answer. But maybe, first we need to acknowledge that there is a gap, right? That between maybe what the AI Act requires and maybe what the companies can perform at this stage. And maybe, I can use an example also inspired from some of the previous presentations that, let's say we have a medical AI system that detects with some, let's say 96% accuracy, for example, a heart condition, right? And then we say, okay, is that enough? Because there is an accuracy requirement in the AI Act. I think it's Article 15. Why not 99, right? And we've been writing about that in our research as well, is that AI Act has this terminologies inserted, which of course are difficult to interpret how they would be operationalized. And what we've been arguing there is that, especially if you're a developer, you will sympathize that, when you develop a system, you don't have in mind, oh, this is the accuracy I'm going to reach, because there are choices you might make on the way. You might not pick just one metric, right? Also, accuracy is something defined broadly, but for machine learning means something specific. And then not everything is measured with accuracy, right? If you talk about LLMs and open-ended text systems, it's a text answer, right? How we're going to evaluate if this is correct or not? What if there is a mistake or something? So the requirements at the moment in the AI Act, they are maybe combination of maybe choices that that developers and researchers need to make to build the system, and then that needs to be deployed. Let alone discussion can have about, who should define what are these thresholds, what are the acceptance thresholds, and what is the role of regulator and so on. And then this is where the researcher's role comes in. Just because, if researchers and academics are good at something, it's like critiquing systems, right? We are very good at taking a model, a system, break it down, turn it upside down to find out, what does it work well? And then perhaps talking about the example I mentioned, the 96% accuracy, right? We can take the other 4% that there is a mistake and then see, okay, what does that mean, right? Is there some maybe part of the population that will be harmed more, right? I mean, where did I collect the data? And this is where the scrutinizing of models can come in handy. It's also part of the research also we've been doing on fairness and bias, especially in LLMs, also about non-English languages or gender biases, racial biases, and so on. And maybe to be a bit more specific, and I'll leave it there, is that somehow I think the gap needs to close maybe, both ways. So both industry and academia needs to change a bit their methodologies in a way. Of course, from the industry perspective, there needs to be more scrutinizing, but also from the research perspective, right? What we've been developing, all these models for scrutinizing fairness and bias, of course, they aren't standardized, right? So this is where we need more standards, and we hope that the discussion about the Act standards, which is a bit postponed at the moment, is going to be more helpful because it will provide maybe more clarity and more certainty about what does it mean for a system to be compliant. And here what I want to say is that you can think about this as borrow examples from other regulations I've been working with lawyers, for example, in product safety regulations, right, where there is, a whole bunch of standards that, what does a toy mean to be safe, right? And there are ISO standards and so on, you need to comply. So this is kind of the thinking that needs to go along. And as I said, it's a gap that, academia and researchers need to work together on, of course, with the oversight of the regulator.
Yeah. Completely agree. Thank you. The next question is for Julia. You were recently working for the EU AI Office on the Code of Praxis on general purpose AI transparency. So from that position inside the process, what's your assessment on where the implementation actually stands? Are we on track or are we kind of papering over significant gaps?
Well, we all see that the AI Act is very long, very dense, very complicated. And it means that they had different meanings depending of who read it. And it's still to be proved that its implementation in practice is going to be something that is going to be easy, that it won't. But then there are different mechanisms. One of them is the harmonized standards. We are all waiting for them to see what it means in practice, and they are linked to the regulatory sandboxes that I think is a great idea to test in practice what the regulation means for the innovators, but also the code of practice. So the role within the working group on the code of practice was to digest the obligation of the AI Act and make a list of commitment for companies that develop for the providers or the deployers of the AI system, so they can kind of create this awareness that is compliant with the AI Act. The problem with this group is that who participates in this group? Who has the power to participate? It's very unbalanced conversation. Most of the people who has the resources to work there are lobbyists from big tech, or either the companies that has the skin in the game, that are developing solutions, in this case, the transparency obligation, that are developing marking system, detection systems, and they have interested actors. There's a small participation of NGOs, and there's also the possibility for the public population to participate in the consultation. But again, it's a very complicated consultation, and the work done by the leads and co-leads of the groups is amazing, but they are doing on their free time. They are mostly academics. So this is a call for the European Commission, for the AI office to acknowledge this work, because we were all voluntary workers there. Most of us were doing it on top of our daily tasks. It's not our main role and not as lobbyists. So Europe needs more people that engage in this conversation. So it's shaped in a way that it benefits the whole society. The code of practice is there. I don't know how many of you had read it. It's very understandable, but it's also very long. And only it applies to you, you will take the time or effort to read it. So I will also recommend not to stop the legislation, not to stop the regulation, and start trying, because that's how the regulation have to evolve, to make it practical for companies. And once it's rolling, this is going to be like a learning by doing exercise. It's not going to be static, and that's that's something that everybody knows. That this has to be evolved, and to build the legislation, bring the regulation that we all need, we all want, we need to test it. And the best way of testing is to enforce it. And that's why we are expecting on the 2nd of August, and with the delay on the omnibus next year, what is going to happen.
Okay, thank you for the interesting insights from the inside of the process. Next question is for Giovanni. So you advise parliaments, Italian Parliament, European Parliament, and public administrations. Public bodies are among the primary deployers of high-risk AI systems under the AI Act, like recruitment, social benefits, law enforcement support. What's the actual level of awareness and readiness as well that you see in the Italian, but also at European public administrations?
Thank you. I would like to examine in depth an issue that we have spoken about yesterday, because there are some nations in Europe, such as Italy, French, Czech Republic, and the others, that are fight against a big number of local municipality, but very small. And this is a problem regarding the capability to accept artificial intelligence inside, especially local public administration, and being able to use it inside their process. Yesterday, I give you some number. Italy has 7,894 municipalities. 80% of them have less than 10,000 inhabitants. In this case, it's very difficult also to find a technician employee able to evaluate the algorithmics and evaluate the outputs of artificial intelligence. And so every day in our institutional headquarters, but also in our private company, are thinking about how to give awareness, to put awareness inside, especially local public administration, because Europe is a continent built of a big number of local public municipalities, but year by year they are lost employees, they are lost competence, and we need to rebuild awareness, consciousness, especially competencies inside the local public administration, because just working with lower level, we will be able to share, to spread, to share artificial intelligence inside the administration, but also in the relationship between public administration and citizens.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. So there is actually a need to understand how how to improve AI literacy, but I think this applies to digital literacy in general, to this structure that applies to Italy, but to also other European countries.
Italy, French, a lot of nations, but in my opinion, we must be a new master plan of competencies, because we spread a lot of ICT technology, a lot of software, a lot of procedures in every place of Europe. And now, in my opinion, up to 2030, the second part of digital decades, we need to build a very important competence master plan to involve, to enable every citizen, but also every public employees in using with consciousness artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting, and it's a serious problem. We hear discussion about the best LLMs, efficiency, huge data centers, AI factories, supercomputing, but the reality is that the population still needs to kind of digest and understand, learn how to use these technologies, and it's a problem, especially if we're talking about public administrations. Next question for Rastik. In the last 3 years, ENFIELD has spent a lot of time doing research in multiple domains: healthcare, manufacturing, energy, and space. We have been working on policymaking activities. We have prepared policy recommendations. And when you look at the policy recommendation you have worked on, which of the ENFIELD recommendations do you think has the most potential to change how the AI Act gets implemented in practice, and what would need to happen for that potential to be realized?
If I can be unbiased, I would say all the 10 policy recommendations that emerged out of ENFIELD are
very humble, very humble.
But of course, if we have to pinpoint to one of the, let's say, creme de la creme of the recommendation would be the harmonization of the EU frameworks, the harmonization of the EU regulations and the certification framework. So this is where we found one of the bigger research gap, or let's say the implementation gap with the industry, is that the AI Act is implemented on a horizontal manner, that it has kind of a universal note or like a universal tone to all the industries, as you mentioned earlier about the manufacturing, the healthcare, the space, and the energy. These are very diverse domains in nature. So a singular or a universal umbrella of EU AI Act doesn't make the cut. So the policy recommendation from the ENFIELD perspective was to deep dive, or let's say have a more vertical approach on like a more specific approach on each of these domains, and how we can create some of the benchmarks, or how we had few of the conversations earlier about human in the loop or human on the loop, how we can embed this kind of frameworks into each vertical domain. And that will push the research frameworks as well as the robustness that comes along with the EU AI Act to push further the boundaries of the compliance, and in a more industry supportive manner, and not just on the research academia manner, as also Jerry mentioned earlier about the collaboration with the academia and the industries. So that would only happen if the EU AI framework itself is designed to facilitate such collaboration.
Thank you. Now we're moving to more towards the heart of this session. I have a question for Julia, but it's actually open to everyone, because there is an argument, which is basically the premise of this session, that compliance with the AI Act and European regulations on AI can potentially become a quality seal, a differentiating factor for European AI. Julia, you support companies to develop AI, adopt AI, and to remain competitive or increase their competitiveness. What's that the mechanism that makes that happen? So, because a regulation alone doesn't create a market signal. We need to understand the mechanism, and something has to translate from we are compliant to we are better compared to, for example, US and China, which are the biggest players in the game. So is it possible to differentiate ourselves, saying that we are regulating our AI is better because of that?
I will use the framework that was shared yesterday, that it was the secret recipe for successful AI in Europe or something like that, and it was including 5 ingredients. If I remember well, it was the hardware, the talent, energy, regulation, and I'm missing one that I don't remember, but regulation, the hardware, the talent.
No, I don't recall. But
someone remembers the.
I think it was George Recip.
Yeah.
The money.
Yeah, the finance very important.
Yeah, the money is not that
it's not
important.
the most important, but it's yeah. How could I forget?
That's why we were missing it.
But I would add that we also need the sustainable business models. That is really important, because the funding is the first step to launch something in the market, to make it roll. But then it needs to be sustainable in the long term. And this is something that we've seen with other initiatives that are outside Europe that are built in non-so-credible business models, at least at the moment. So we are fearing this AI bubble, and we don't want it to happen in Europe. So companies in Europe are very concerned about the bubble, perhaps because we've seen the consequences of the previous recent bubbles in other sectors. So we don't want to happen again. And these business models are built in trust. That's something that the companies come to us and they say we don't only want to be compliant. We want to deliver something that people can't complain about, because the reputation is very difficult to create and it's very easy to lose. So that's something that is very important. So the trustworthiness is a word that seems a bit fluffy, but it's very important how we build this trust. It can be something that is deserved because we are solving a problem, we are developing a product that is really worth the money to pay for users. But it also can be something that is perceived. That's something that the big companies know well. That's why they invest a lot in marketing, in lobbying activities. And that's something that we should consider in Europe, that why it's important to have a good brand. Made in Europe means quality, means that the product services or AI is based on quality, fundamental rights, is protecting people, are not damaging the environment. And that's something that the companies wants to do here. And there's a lot of the increased awareness with the AI Act and the high-level principle of the expert group, the 7 principles. And companies want to go beyond these regulations. So this awareness is very important. So we had to have a holistic view, marketing view, that this is something that we are not going to win the race if we only copy what they are doing, that we are using their same strategy. We have to rethink how we want to build and how we want to sell the products that we are producing. And thinking on the alternatives, if we really want to invest in the bigger the better, or if we want to be more efficient, if we want to build that and create this sense of the acknowledging that using something that is that is better for environment, that is has less bias, or is being tested with a larger community that is not doing wrong in other parts of the world, is something that we want to support with our money, with our taxes, also with our vote, because we can support the governments that are promoting these initiatives.
If I may add something, like on the same lines, but like because we're talking about compliance and how compliance can turn into an advantage, right? And not like stifle innovation, like the big tech likes to say. I think we need to treat compliance more like more than a checklist that, you know, we can check and say, look, we comply. There are all these tools these days, right? They are compliance checker and so on. Many of you might be tempted to do it if you are developing these models. But I think it really also needs to be verifiable, right? In a way that then the seal does make sense. And that is also maybe easier said than done, because how do you verify a system once maybe you put it into production, right? What do you do if the system, you know, doesn't behave the way it's supposed to do? So that's why we need, as I say before, maybe even more scrutinizing of the models also post-production and all the kinds of deployments, the human in the loop we've been discussing, so that compliance is not just a checklist, but more like a verifiable evidence that, you know, this works is supposed to be working, and if it doesn't, these are my safeguards.
Any other comments or otherwise, I have another question for you, Jerry, and for Giovanni to move even forward from this, because I would like to understand from the industry perspective from Giovanni if there's any evidence that compliance with privacy or digital regulation has ever actually become a competitive advantage for European companies. Not in theory, but in practice, like in a deal, in a contract. And Jerry, also, I'd like to have your take on this too, from the research perspective. Is there like academic literature that support the Brussels effect? So kind of as regulation as a competitive asset narrative, or is it something mostly aspirational?
As we were speaking yesterday, in my opinion, our private system and public system is at a crossroad. because we have been working 6 years in European Union to draw and to write the High Act. And then today we are asking us, oh, probably we have drawn a law too rigid, too firm. And now we are thinking to change something inside to reduce the risk approach, because we have chosen the contrary approach compared to the USA approach. USA run, experiment, and then write a law. In Italy, regulate first and innovate after. And I think that the competitiveness is the right point between innovation and preservation of public safety. I have been working 2 years for observing some healthcare company in Italy that could have been at the high level of experimentation, but the European law didn't allow them to carry on making the experiment that they wanted. And now we are interrogating ourselves to understand how we can, in some way, making more less rigid our High Act, because the competitiveness is, in my opinion, the right position between the USA approach that risk to doesn't preserve the private law, private rights, and the European approach that preserve a lot our right, fortunately, but risk to don't allow to our private system to try to run as fast as you say, or something. Someone are speaking about China.
Okay, so there is from the private sector there is a need to find the right balance between innovation and regulation. But did you have any experience in seeing awareness on regulations about AI? So has this ever been actually a differentiating factor for digital products and specifically for AI? I mean, for example, both in the private sector, but in public administration, is there awareness? Are they worried about AI trustworthiness, safety and security of the data of the systems? And can this be an actual differentiating factor?
I think this is a new way of work, because sometimes I tell that we are making artificial intelligence a matter for lawyer rather than for technician, because we carry on thinking about the rulement, the laws, and the rights, but losing our capability to make innovation every day. We have, and you are an example, and you're also, a lot of good technicians, but frequently a lot of interesting new idea remain inside our laboratory, and in European Union we are not able to move an innovation from a research level to a production level. I think that we must concentrate all our efforts in the next year, in the next month, to make easier to move from a laboratory to a market solution, to a standardized product.
Thank you. You wanted to add something, Julia?
Yeah, if I may add, I think that once the regulation is up and running and enforced, it's not becoming the value anymore, because it's the minimum, is the threshold. But there are some examples in history in other sectors, for instance, in the automotive sector. That's something that I always like to bring, that something that was developed as an add-on. For instance, the seat belts were developed by the company Volvo, that is a European company, and it wasn't mandatory. It was in part of the regulation, but it became mandatory, and they granted the patent to the whole community to use it and that became a competitive advantage for the brand, and it's been always considered one of the safest brand in the market, and they kept their position all this year thanks to this going beyond the regulation and shaping the regulation at the same time. That is something that they developed. They invested in making the vehicle more safe, and now is the gold standard. We cannot imagine the cars without safety belts anymore.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, I think it's a different sector, but the logic applies also for AI systems. It is possible to make safety one of the differentiating factor to position your AI system as a better one in that sense. Absolutely. Jerry.
Yeah, maybe if I reflect on what has been said, because I was also triggered by something that Giovanni said previously about, of course, we need a balance between innovation and the freedom to develop things. And of course, that's different for big companies, I would say, compared to SMEs, right? Also because the burden for SMEs to be compliant will be much bigger than also the big companies, let alone, I think Giovanni brought as well suggestion, what about the public sector, right? I've been part of a project that we are kind of try to train consumer protection officers across Europe on these new technologies, because they are supposed to be the ones that protect consumers from all these kind of new products, that all these chatbots that make it to all kinds of services, right? How do you check that? And that's also something, I think it's also a bit like in the AI Act, like in terms of liability, right? We say that whoever puts the product on the market is the responsible person, maybe for good reasons. But then thinking about, how is this model being developed? It's not like we're going to sit together and build a model like in one day. It's possible, but then there is all these different pipelines. Some people call the supply chain, that I might take data from there, I might take a foundation model from there, and then all these things come together. So the burden is going to be on me that put the product on the market, which is going to disadvantage, of course, all the SMEs more than the big company. I think maybe what's your question, like, do we have evidence that the Brussels effects maybe works? I think it's difficult to say, because for the AI Act, I think it's too early, of course, to say, and every country have their own policy. I was in Canada 2 weeks ago for a conference. They also have their own policy. We can talk about previous maybe legislations, right? I think everybody knows GDPR. And I think this is also where the point I mentioned yesterday, what I mentioned before about, how to verify compliance, right? We don't have evidence that, how many companies maybe comply because they are self-reported. They might adhere to standards. There is research measuring that, what happened before, after, right? How many buttons you had to click to get to the website, and then how many you click accidentally, and so on. And same for other legislations as well, speaking about the Digital Services Act, about big platforms and how they moderate content. It's in effect since 2023, so it's a bit more mature than the AI Act. Do we know more about the transparency requirements there? Well, yes and no. Again, right, we need more external audits to verify that indeed there is actual compliance. So probably there is some diffusion, let's say, of whatever is being regulated here in Brussels. Difficult to measure how much, and also, does it work in practice?
So I agree. There is it is possible, but it's difficult. And I want to connect with something that was said also yesterday, that maybe here during the conference we discussed a lot about needs of regulating, of having more trustworthiness, more explainability, transparency, green AI, sustainability. But I think we are quite a bit biased. We are all working on AI. We are all interested. We have awareness. There is a need for awareness for EU citizens. For what I'm seeing, there is more awareness compared to other continents, for example, but I think there needs to be more. And if we raise more awareness, if we communicate to European citizens and maybe to the rest of the world the importance of safe and secure AI systems that protect the rights and the values of the European Union, this can give a real boost to the differentiating AI, European AI, not only in Europe, but also to the rest of the world. But I have another question, because the situation is not that easy. The question is for Astike and for Julia. Because it's not only we regulate, our AI is better, we differentiate ourselves, we win the race. It's much more complex, because Gen AI and foundational models are evolving faster than any regulatory cycle can follow. So, Astik, how did ENFIELD research approach handle that? And Julia, from your work on the general purpose AI code of practice, what's the mechanism that keeps policies relevant when the technology underneath keeps shifting and is evolving so fast? How do you keep the pace with this pace so fast?
Okay, considering from the holistic aspect, it's always I completely agree with the previous keynote speeches from yesterday. Like US always innovates first and regulates later, but that's also if we twist it from a European perspective, is regulate first and innovate later, but that's not always the case. There is always a balancing act of where the fine print of the human-centric aspect can come into play, that you have to maintain on how the innovation can take place in a regulated environment that doesn't disrupt the balance in the society. And from that angle or that point of view of thinking, and even if in ENFIELD, what we did was we didn't levy all our thoughts into one AI model or one aspect, rather than we bifurcated our attention to multiple domains, to multiple models, in a way that it maintains the dynamics with the ever-changing Gen AI models or any agentic AI systems. Today, we are talking about foundational models, LLMs. Tomorrow, we'll be talking about the multimodality of the agentic systems and the autonomous workflows. The situation keeps changing all the time. Plus, the intricacies that is being provided by each domain, especially the healthcare, the energy, the space domains, which are always expanding in nature. And not to forget the privacy preserving aspect of the healthcare, which other countries might be lacking the human in the loop, human on the loop aspect. But in ENFIELD, we made sure that that aspect is always adhered to most of the domains, so that we are not just evolving technologically, we are evolving as a society. We are evolving as a whole humanity from a holistic perspective. So it shouldn't be limited to as we were talking about, the big tech giants dictating their terms on how the technology should be. It should always be the counterbalance should always be there from the human side or the society side or the public administration side, as Giovanni mentioned earlier. So yeah, this is how we try to maintain the let's say the life cycle for the entire technological life cycle. And for the last 3 years, thankful to the wonderful the network of excellence that ENFIELD has created. It has given us the freedom to move around, to explore multiple models, not be stuck into or be cornered into one model, and be very flexible on how the world sees the next generation technologies.
The question was about the how to keep up with the pace of the innovation.
Yes, to regulate this evolving.
Well, first, remember that the EU Act is not here to regulate technology, but is to protect fundamental rights. So it adapts and is being adapting with the evolution of the technology, including the clauses about the general purpose AI, the large language model, the mentioning explicitly the nullifier application as something that is under the prohibited application of the, so it's evolving. And now it's open this consultation of the definition of the high risk, which is very important. It's very complicated, but it's important to have our voice. So the regulation is evolving, and it will always be. And in the case of the automotive industry, there is changing. Like we will have new regulation, including the mandatory vision system in the cars. That's something that 20 years ago we couldn't think about. It sounds very futuristic. So yes, it's adapting to the technology. We think that we all should have this role in this, especially having this holistic vision that you mentioned. Also, in terms of research, because there are some researchers that are very focused on explainability, for instance, and then forget about governance or privacy, but everything is interlinked, and there are trade-offs among even the principles of the trustworthy AI. So it has to be considered as a whole with all the relevant stakeholders, and this should be the transfer into legislation. There's a lot of very clever people working on the standards to do so, and hopefully once they are operational, we will see how they work, if we have to reduce it, if we have to adapt it, because the speed limits are changing in every country, adapted to the environment, adapted to the culture, adapted to the priorities. What do you want to prioritize, the speed or the nature? Because if there are ecosystems that damage ecosystem that you want to preserve, perhaps you want to reduce the speed threshold to 100 kilometers per hour. That in other countries is not limited. It depends. So this is something that is very governmental, is very political, and as you said, we live in our echo chamber. We are like reinforcing the message, but it's important that we go outside this forum. Talk, publish online, and create this awareness, talking with the companies publishing. As a researcher, we have the obligation to publish and communicate to the whole community. Every opportunity that we have to appear on TV, on social media, and let's take it, because it's important to deliver the message that this is for the future of the whole society.
Yeah, if I may add, like maybe one anecdote on how fast can we keep up with regulation. I remember when we were reading the AI Act with also legal scholars and stuff, I think one of my first questions is that also, why do we have so many recitals, right? And then of course they explained to me that, the text cannot change, but the recitals can. So it's also to give flexibility to adapt to, what might happen in the future. So in that sense, of course, we can blame the AI Act that is maybe vague, but also, I guess they were trying to encode, principles, what we want to be in legislation that can be future-proof. Now, I think also maybe talking about some other legislation can always be future-proof. No, right? That's why we have to stay on top, also the legislators, also the researchers, so that there is this discussion. I think, for example, to mention about the Digital Services Act, which is supposed to regulate platforms that have more than, I don't know how many, 45 million users. And they regulate categories like search engines, intermediate marketplaces, social media platforms, and so on. What's missing, like all the chatbot services, because they couldn't perceive in 2022 and it was written that, this is going to be, and now they're trying to see how can we include them as well. So we have evidence that, anything we put down in the text now, it's going to be irrelevant or at least somehow not very relevant in a few years. And that's why we need to keep on top and keep the discussion active between all the stakeholders, including, like, of course, the people, right? That it's supposed to have the biggest effect on from the systems.
I think this connects to what we were saying earlier, even creating awareness, especially if European citizens are aware of the risk, the potential risks, they will also put pressure on policymakers in order to keep the pace with this regulation. But as far as I understand from your perspective, it is possible to keep the pace. Europe has a system in order to do that. And a very basic example, I think, it's that we were the first ones to have the AI Act, the first continent in order to do that. It's a basic example, but I think it shows what Europe is capable to do. We are getting to the end. So I want to just a very brief picture from you, because we started this session with a hypothesis that regulatory compliance can be reframed as a competitive asset, a kind of quality seal for European AI. We've discussed that from different angles, and I want to close with one question to each of you, and I'd like to hear some kind of actionable advice. From your perspective, is there a single most important thing that needs to happen in the next few years for that hypothesis to become true, so that European AI can differentiate and can position itself as better than US and China?
I want to remain for a while on your last statement, the inclusion of citizens, and give you a conclusion of research that we received last week. Fewer than 60% of European municipalities adopt a strategic training plan. They organize training for their employees mainly in response to emergency. Less than 60% of European municipalities adopt a strategic training plan. In my opinion, if we want to enhance the capability of citizens to get in touch in a correct way with artificial intelligence in a public sector, we must improve the awareness of our public employees, and we must invest a lot of money around this concept, because in my opinion, this number, less 60% of public administration adopt a strategic plan, means that they are not building the awareness of artificial intelligence in a well-structured way.
Thank you. Astik?
Let's say the absolute necessary would be to create an adaptive and measurable framework for each of the policy decisions or the standardization mechanism framework. The adaptive nature is what is going to be making it flexible for the upcoming foundational models or the agentic framework that is going to always evolve throughout the time. If we don't have an adaptive framework which can regulate such policies, or let's say regulate that technological advancement, that's going to impede our technological progress as a European society. So that's where the adaptability comes into the picture, and on top of that, the measured approach. It's not like, okay, we have got the funding, okay, so we move in a certain direction arbitrarily. No, we have to have a balanced approach towards each aspect in the way that we have an holistic overview on how to actually improve the society rather than just focusing on one domain precisely.
Julia?
I will be very pragmatic.
Yeah.
And I will say that for things to change, we need a good success story to showcase to the world that the adopting responsible AI is something that provides a return of investment, or either a big scandal that is really impacts the population, so they can change their mind. Because currently we use AI because it's useful. We don't want to see what are the consequences, what are the risks, because it's somehow useful, or we think that it can be useful. We still believe in the productivity gains, but the measuring, the having that like real numbers, the real framework, the value of the AI is what can convince people to invest in sustainable and responsible AI.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if I'm realistic or not, but I think I would say that we need to maybe study more humans than we study systems. And why I mentioned that, because like talking about AI systems and like especially Gen AI and LLMs that are already out there, we want to put numbers like accuracy or benchmark, test beds, whatever you want to call. That's what we're good at, right? Also in research. But then we don't measure what's the impact they're going to have on humans, right? So I think I had a discussion the other day about 2 hours, like how should be the disclosure window on these services that, you know, that this model can make mistakes, and no, that's not enough. Should be more information about the data it's been trained on. I mean, humans won't care about that. They won't even understand it, but we need to explore the impact this type of technologies have on humans, either the users or like doctors, for example. Will they over rely on it? Will it cause some harm in the long term and so on? So I guess that's my dream / end goal, to study more humans and have more studies on the impact of this next to all the standards that we have about, you know, measuring models and how good they are and how good they perform.
I only want to support your desire, because having technology that is better and is available doesn't mean that it's going to be adopted and it's going to become real innovation. So I cannot agree more with what you say. It's important to understand how it's adopted in the real world, not only developing the technology.
Yeah. So with this wonderful agreement, we are closing this session. It took us perfectly, I think, 60 minutes. So it's incredibly on time. I don't know if we have any questions from the audience. Yes, one.
Thanks for the interesting discussion. So maybe I would like a practical opinion, basically on the tension between compliance and competitiveness, and especially as any one of you think about the price of compliance. So how much would it cost for a company to prove that they are compliant with the AI Act, or actually to get certification? And especially in the context that I think certification now is mostly considered as a stamp. You assess system at one point in time. Now they are stamped. I think it won't work with AI systems, which are constantly evolving, and likely you need regular audit to prove that the system is still meeting all the requirements of trustworthy AI and so on. So does any of you have an opinion on this cost? Is it viable? Can companies, especially SMEs, be competitive in this context?
ENFIELD perspective, this is of course one of the 10 policy recommendations that we have to incentivize the SMEs or incentivize the industries to adopt the green AI practices, or to be compliant with the ever evolving system. So it's not just the monetary adjustment; it's the onus shouldn't be always on the industries. The society has to play its part as well. The dynamic balance between the industries, the societies, the public administration has to be counterbalancing each other. So on that note, yes, like a financial incentive can be placed for the industries to be more green AI to green AI adaptive framework for the societies to have a more sustainable approach towards the framework itself, and the public administration as a bridge between the industries and the society to be acting as the facilitator for the dynamic balance between these two entities.
And perhaps we can shift the language and considering compliance and investment instead of a cost, because this saves for a lot of headaches in the future being compliant.
What is the cost of making it compliant compared to the cost of developing it?
I think DigiGrow made a report and they consider that it's 0.08% of the cost of development. So compared to the cost of development, it doesn't seem too bad, but that's what DigiGrow said. I'm not saying that this is true or correct at the moment, but it's what they state.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I think I said before that of course the SMEs are going to suffer more, especially also with the liability concerns that, you know, if I take an open source model like Llama and I put on the market with a different name, suddenly I'm liable for everything, and companies, out of target. But I think also maybe we flip it around. I think depending on the application, that's why we have the high risk and so on. You cannot put a price on safety, right? So I guess nobody wants to go to a hospital that there is a system that hasn't been developed with some safety and safeguard standards. So, and also for chatbots, and well, we know that there have been kids that have committed suicide because I guess nobody checked these models, carefully. So I think I understand the point, but then also safety is a big concern. I think we should be working exactly on, standardizing what should be the benchmark, what should be the audits, and how to harmonize that so that exactly the burden is as minimum as possible for especially SMEs.
I don't know. We have time for another question. Please.
I have my question is two-part. To Julia, concerning the code of practice, does it currently reference transparency as supply attestation, like own providers attestation, or does it imply machine readable evidence? What's the direction? And if it's machine readable, in what form? And maybe if Giovanni could comment on that, since Polygraphic already provides the cryptographic evidence in the form of EID, has there been any idea of applying this to transparency and to attestation of AI agents such as ADAS, HC primitives, etc.?
Yes, indeed. The code of practice is a very complex document that it includes some of the different scenarios in which it should be applied. The audio content is not yet addressed, but for the video, images, and text, it includes the requirement, and it uses a multi-layer approach. That is, it uses a combination of different layers, including cryptographic technologies for the leveling of the content, metadata, and watermarks. So you can use a combination of the three. As long as it complies with the requirement that also is stated in the code of practice, and it applies. There are some exceptions there, so it's a very comprehensive document, very long, but hopefully helps the community to understand what could be a good practices to label the content, so citizens are informed that they are interacting with artificial content.
I agree with my colleague Julia. And furthermore, in Italy, in Istituto Poligrafico, as you are mentioning, we are studying how can certificate the use of artificial intelligence, but it's a very hard question because the algorithmic to define the result, to define the use of artificial intelligence change every week, and so stabilize the criterions is very difficult. Just to tell you something about that, last week I was speaking about a public decision of Regione Lombardia. It's a region of North Italy, and he told me, "Oh, Giovanni, I am evaluating some project to give funds to some enterprise. I'm not able to understand if these documents are the real proposal of these enterprises, or they are create this document with artificial intelligence. How can certificate and discover if or which from these three projects are the most beautiful or the most important to be given found?" And in my opinion, our challenge must be to define some instrument or some paradigmatic way to evaluate the result of artificial intelligence. It's a very hard challenge.
I'm not talking about evaluating the result. Let's keep it a bit more simpler. For instance, for high-risk systems, we need to keep agentic actions transparent and the evidence, safe and available. As Julia said, currently the community has to decide for themselves. Like, I understand that sense and like standards are currently drafted, but what would the provider, what standard provider would use today or starting 2nd of August?
Very challenge question, because you are speaking about how certificate not the output or the input, but the transparency of the
just logging the agent's actions and making them the evidence cryptographically safe and auditable.
Oh yes, it's in my opinion, it is a very important matter of study. Probably we should redesign the last call of your project, because there are a lot of Italian group that are working just to define your question, but it's very difficult because technology runs faster than the capability to establish how evaluate it.
But in terms of PKI, for instance, the technology is already available. We have the ADAS and the ETSI primitives that can be pretty much directly mapped to EU AI article artifacts.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Well, the obligation has been
sorry. No.
Yeah, the obligation had been delayed until they are waiting for the harmonized standards. The code of practice only applies to AI-generated content, not the decision system or other system that are the like machine learning system or other type of system. So, and it's waiting for there will be obligation under the standards that are related to these transparency requirements. So that's what all the research community and developing community are waiting for.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is last question. Please, short question, short answer.
Yeah, short question. Question is for, I think, Giovanni. Others can also try to answer. So my question is about AI literacy in the public sector or the public services, the frontline workers. Would you like to go, should they go through a process of structured exploration with AI, with Copilot or something, and with some guidelines on things to comply with? Or should we make more rigid workflows with guardrails and so on?
Yes, so I am following some pilot project where they are trying to use artificial intelligence to make the relationship between citizen and public administration easier. And regarding your question, for example, we are following just to tell you three important point where in Italy, but also in France, are using artificial intelligence between the relationship from citizen to public employees. The document registration, in Italy we mean protocollo, document registration to register every communication or every document that enter or from a citizen to a public administration or escape from a public administration to a citizen, and then drafting administration documents because we are no employees available to write the administrative act because they are moving from the public municipality to private sector. And in Italy, for example, but I am serving in a lot of nations, there are the digital artificial intelligence assistant that are substituting the first level, you speak about the first level of relationship between public administration, local public administration and citizen. But in my opinion, we are just at the start point of which artificial intelligence procedures can be used, but a new world must be discovered. But this is opportunity because, as I told you yesterday, artificial intelligence are not erasing job and worker from public administration, but it's a solution to preserve function and service where we are no more working available to look after them.
Please be brief because I think we have to close.
Sure. Just a follow-up comment regarding the AI literacy. Yeah, this definitely a challenging aspect, especially with the older generation of the public administration personnel. So which is of course like there are certain like re-education or let's say the realignment with the technological advancements programs that has been launched in multiple municipalities as well as by multiple governments, which help to recalibrate the workforce to better align with the current technologies. So that's at the ground level. Of course, the things are moving slightly slower considering any syllabus or the course that you make for public administration personnel, the technology changes the next day, as Giovanni mentioned earlier. So it's, of course, the upskilling program has to be also the effort also has to be made from the personnel itself and not just the public administration revamping their skill set.
Okay, I think it's time to close.
Try to be crisp.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And thanks to the panelists.
Yes, thanks for the thanks to Alberto, panelists. I know that we are all hungry, but I would like to invite you for a quick group photo just outside the auditorium on the red carpet stairs. We will take a photo first, and then we all head to the Marble Gallery for the demonstration and lunch. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. And now we are starting with the first session on shaping Europe's AI talent, literacy, training, and future skills. The moderator is Christina from Caltech. And she will start the presentation. We will waiting for the moderator. Thank you.
No, we will after presentation. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see that somebody survived our lunch, so and can still here, so not so sleepy, I guess. Today I'm gonna to talk a little bit. My presentation won't be long, but I would like to introduce some results dedicated to educational ecosystem which we have done within our consortium. Okay, so ENFIELD developed an interconnected educational ecosystem which doesn't like consist only which doesn't consist only from online courses. There you can gather your knowledge with the pace that is good for you. But we consider that it's very important to have to gather knowledge through the webinars with experts. There you can get new ideas and so on. But additionally, we had provide like hackathons there. Our students can have a hands-on on the real-world problems. So, and of course, you can get deeper knowledge of their field, which our consortium member represent within the summer schools. So, and these educational ecosystems that we have within our project, it supports AI learning from the foundational literacy to future research and additional training. So on the other hand, because it was given not only by the academia, but as well as our industrial partners. So the what we have, the learners or the knowledge which is provided openly through different sources. So can be given not only to the students, but for researchers as well and other professionals. So in order just to show what have we achieved already, so we having, as I mentioned, different formats for all the learning. So you can have online learning courses and you can find saved videos of our webinar on the portal of ENFIELD. So we had very interesting hackathons dedicated to major topics of our verticals. And actually, those were covering, we could say, not only Europe, because some of the teams participated online, even from Vietnam. So, and of course, summer schools, then you can not just learn some new stuff, but as well talk and collaborate, discuss with the professors and educators. And myself, I very liked workshops because even being like not the students, I gathered a lot of ideas out of them. So when we start to talk in general, what is the main like outcome of our ecosystem? Of course, we should mention our courses, which cover the major topics like sustainable energy and green AI, and transfer fee and explainable AI. So, and those courses were developed in collaboration by a lot of ENFIELD partners. And our colleagues from UBP made a special site there. We combine all the lectures which have modular structures, and this allows for any person to study with his own pace and to take some lectures one by one, or make a full path of the course. So those lectures are openly accessible, and in order to have the possibility to continue like education, we are right now we have access through this site, but as well we would like to disseminate those from IE doctoral academia and as well IE on-demand platform. So beyond the project, there will be possibility to use those as well. So right now, this work not finished fully. We still like need to make our final final results, but still those lectures are available. So on the other side, so because as a consortium, we thought that only lectures is not like the best way to present our knowledge. So as I mentioned already, we had a lot of knowledge exchange during the webinars with international experts tackling such topics as trustworthy AI, AI safety, medical AI, and generative AI. So collaboration across our institutions were within the hackathons as well, because we had experts and committees from different institutions helping to find out which team presents the better solution for the real world application and challenges. And of course, international schools, summer schools that we have will help you not only gather the knowledge, but networking with researchers and develop the young talent. So we think that the major goal of our educational package is that even beyond the project, we will have open access, dedicated educational materials. And for example, as I mentioned, our courses are made modular, and lectures were uploaded to YouTube platform, so you can watch them there as well. So on the other hand, through webinars, through summer schools, I guess this helps as well to build like good community and make a cross-sectional or cross-disciplinary collaboration. And this network will stay not only for research purposes, but we know the capabilities of our partners, what like area, in which area they have their knowledge and so on. So in this case, we can say that the result of our educational package are like, we hope that this will be long-term educational legacy, because our courses, webinars will be reusable online, and those resources will be available beyond the project. So this is it. I guess we have more important questions which Adina will ask from us, and we need to discuss how we can actually shape the future of future talents in AI field. Thank you.
don't know. How do I speak at this mic? Like this. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm delighted and really thrilled to be the panelist and the moderator in this session, Shaping Europe AI Talent, Literacy Training, and Future Skills. This direction in the ENFIELD project was the subject of several tasks and work packages, and Christina, together with her colleague, Eduard, coordinated the development of the MOOC courses, and Polytechnica coordinated the rest of the training activities. So maybe this is justified why Christina set up the stage and I'm moderating the panel. So I would like to briefly introduce the panelists. First of all, David Imish. He's Global Communication and Public Affairs Manager as Generation.org, one of the largest skilling and employment nonprofits in the world, and Senior Fellow in our governments at the Global Government Institute and co-founder Brussels AGI Collective. My colleague, Professor Stefan Trăușan-Matu, he's Professor of Natural Language Processing and Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence at the National University of Science and Technology, Polytechnica Bucharest, and head of the Natural Language Processing Laboratory of the university. Mr. Reza Elhange is Advocacy and Communication Manager at All Digital, digital.org, a European network promoting digital inclusion and skills across more than 120 member organizations. Kristina Vasilieva is Associate Professor at Tallinn University of Technology, where she teaches and conducts research in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and intelligence systems. And me, I'm Professor of Artificial Intelligence at Polytechnica Bucharest, and I'm the coordinator of the Research Center in AI at Polytechnica. I would like to give my thanks to the four panelists who agreed to be here with us. We are all looking forward to share with them the thoughts. Just to steer the discussion, I have prepared 3 questions, but I give the freedom to the panelists to say whatever they want, of course, preferably connected to the subject of the session, and also to ask questions. And of course, by the end, we have a special time slot for you to ask questions and make comments. So I propose for the start the following question. ENFIELD has worked around green AI, trustworthy AI, human-centric AI, and adaptive AI. These are core research topics, but this should be translated into education, and we have tried to do that with the educational activities and developments that Christina presented previously. But the question is how these topics can be more than that topics, but translated into competencies for students, engineers, managers, and policymakers be able to apply all these competencies. So, well, I don't know in what order. Do you have a mic, by the way? You do have a mic. Okay, so Teresa, I would propose you to start, please.
You hear me? Yes. Okay. Sorry. Hello, everyone. I'm really pleased to be part of this wonderful panel. I think one element that I really want to stress out today, because my organization focuses a lot on digital inclusion, digital skills, what we really truly believe is that what you need in any kind of, to acquire any kind of competences, digital competences, is trust and confidence. Trust and confidence, you need them through clear frameworks, clear guidelines. And what we have to do in Europe, I think, is to remember that we already have these frameworks. We don't need to create too much more than what we already have. We have to use what's already available, which is Dignum framework, Dignum Edu. Those are, for example, 2 very important frameworks on which educators in general can already, base themselves on to make these competencies very accessible to students, to experts, to any kind of of professionals from all strands of society. So I think that's what I want to start with, but I also wanted to touch upon the DigComp, etc. later on. I don't have personally many skills on green AI, etc. I think I will leave that to the experts around me, but I will start by saying that we already have the tools. And I think that they are a great basis on which to base ourselves to develop competencies, and not just develop them, but also practice them and earn the confidence to do so, and also share them afterwards. So yeah, that's what I will start with.
Thank you, Teresa. David?
I think now it works. So hi everyone. Yeah, I can speak louder. It's or you guys can come closer as well. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I will shed a bit of light of what one of the organizations I represent here today does, because whilst I'm featured there with my researcher hat, the Global Governance Institute is a think tank in Brussels I research for, and I do research on the impact of AI on education. I think for this question, the hat I will choose to answer it with is my work at generation.org, which, as Adina rightfully presented, is a large employment nonprofit who probably most of you have never heard of, which is my job to change, because I do work on communications and advocacy for them. And we are operating in 17 countries on 5 continents to help vulnerable people learn new skills and find employment in primarily 3 sectors: tech, the green economy, and healthcare. And I will answer this question with this hat because actually in our work, even though we prepare people for the professions that I mentioned in these sectors, we never just focused on the technical aspect. So if you're an engineer, we don't just teach you the engineering part. Or if you're a person that we prepare to install solar panel, we don't just teach you that. We also have 2 other very important components for us. One is called behavioral skills, how to behave with others. Again, we work with vulnerable people. Many were unemployed when they got to us. Some of them were working, but they were working in factories, in supermarkets, very different environment to work on a solar panel field or in a corporation. So we teach them how to behave, how to interact, communication, collaboration. And very importantly, another kind of transferable skill that we inculcate is this idea of sort of adaptability, pivoting. Basically, we want to make sure that we prepare them for a job that they, if they're successful, will get at the end of our program, but we don't want them to come back to us when they're, again, either in between jobs or unemployed. We want them to empower them to know how to pivot by themselves and to be adaptable. So just to add to what also Teresa mentioned, for us, it's important to have a holistic approach to this question of skilling, because there's plenty of boot camps teaching people a specific technical skill. We know that's valuable, but you need to add on top these behavioral and mindset skills so people can fully be independent and be able to pivot in their career, not just next year, but throughout their lifetime.
Thank you for your answer. Now, before going to the next panelist, something that you said just triggered me a question. So you said that you are teaching communication skills to people to interact with the others. Do you think, or do you teach also how people should interact with large language models?
It's a very good question, because indeed, and I totally forgot, even though this is an event about AI, and the panel obviously has a light motive on AI. So since the ChatGPT revolution, so since November 2022, like many other nonprofits, we started to think, how will AI impact work and workers? And we are actually in the forefront, because think about it. Who is now in the media, at least, but also in reality, to some degree, impacted by AI? It's people in entry-level jobs. And we're actually preparing exactly that category to work in tech. So it's been difficult because there's been less openings in the tech sectors globally. So we had to pivot, and we pivoted by focusing a lot more on healthcare and green economy. And to answer your question, we have now for every profile, even if you want to be a nurse, we teach you how to basically use AI tools. So we don't teach you to program, but we basically teach you prompt engineering, the art of interacting with AI chatbots or agents so that regardless if you work in a solar panel field, you'll know how to use this technology because we realized knowing how to use it might give our graduates an edge, given that we're so early in this adoption curve. So even knowing a bit how to use these tools can increase the chances that they will find a job. So yeah, we included across our curriculum AI broadly and also very specifically for digital marketing and cloud engineering professions who obviously were impacted more by AI. There we have not just this general how to use tools, but how to use these tools in your profession, knowing that they will face a lot more AI-related disruption than somebody installing solar panels or a nurse. So everybody gets some form of training.
Thank you. Stefan?
Hello, I hope you hear me. Yes, okay. Thank you first for inviting me here. It is an honor and great pleasure. So to continue what was said, I'm, as Professor Adina Flora said, I'm teaching natural language processing in Bucharest Polytechnica for 30 years or something. But I'm also teaching human-computer interaction at an undergraduate level. NLP, it's a master. And from 3-4 years after ChatGPT was launched, I changed a little towards the subject towards human-artificial intelligence interaction. Yes, prompt engineering is an art, in fact, which should be learned. And there are prompts which may be 2 pages, so not only to write 1-2 sentences. It's very important to be able to use this possibility. And for this, in fact, is needed, I'm telling to my students also at the master and the undergraduate levels of courses, they need also some competencies which are maybe for engineers. When I tell them that they also might be able to do some philosophy, some philology, it is an art, and big companies hire philosophers, philologists, because it's very important how to ask an LLM. Another problem is that it was also discussed, and I think everybody knows, they hallucinate. So, and this is related also to literacy, people should be aware of the risks of these problems and also have critical thinking. So, of course, it's very powerful. You can obtain almost everything with an LLM, almost. But you should also take into account that humans have some features which still are beyond artificial intelligence, like creativity, intuition, understanding, and consciousness. Of course, there are people who say, okay, we already have artificial general intelligence, which has all this, but it is not quite. So it's important and related to prompt engineering. Competencies also to, I said, to how to write prompts, but also I'm an engineer as a formation, but I argue for an interdisciplinary approach, including also art, including also rhetorics and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina, and for you, after you answer the question, I'm going to add a supplementary question, especially for you, because, because I know that in your team, you are developing AI solutions for energy, for industry, power engineering, and so on. What would you expect a graduate to know regarding to AI in energy?
Thank you for the question. Regarding the previous one, as Stefan mentioned, what I think and what I see right now in our education, that students and even pupils are starting to use LLMs widely, and sometimes we can see that, okay, they've got results, but for example, our generation, it's quite naturally goes that we have critical thinking because we were born and we had a quite long life already before LLMs, but for them, they maybe if parents or teachers will show them how to trust LLMs or answers or outcomes that they have received there, but then they start to think, okay, maybe this solution is not the best one. But the problem is, like, if you take outcome, check it once, check it twice, and after that you start to believe. And because they don't have that knowledge, how this decision is made and so on, we could have or can have actually a big issue here. And I think that we need first tell people and show them that you need to think critically, you need to analyze, you need to think about other solutions, and with outcomes or results that you achieved by some network. So you need to select the best one and be reasonable why this like result is the best, not the other one. So this is like for me is like a very important question. And even right now we are starting to go to the schools, helping teachers to understand, because in general we have another problem. So children are using, they start to use such tools very quickly, but we have problem at for example in Estonia at schools, age of the teachers like around 50 or even more. And here we have the problem that teachers do not know how to use the tools and how to make that to understand actually, can it be helpful or harmful during the education. So this is my point on the first part, first question, and like to the specific question to me. So what we have right now in many cases, if you open any platform, and even like if you go to the curriculum of study programs, so we can find courses like which provide you general knowledge what is transfer AI, what is green, and so on. But what we need for the students, that of course they need to know the basic knowledge, otherwise you can't analyze and you can't select the best solution. But as well, we need to involve more practical examples from the industry. So, and here, Adina, you asked, so how, what we are doing in order to teach our students to be involved in such industry. So basically, we are asking from our industrial partners to provide us their specific problems that our students can solve during the project within the courses. So because like competence-based knowledge is very important, especially nowadays, because previously, okay, we had engineers, we had social sciences, and they were not so much interconnected. But right now we have interdisciplinary approach everywhere, and the knowledge base of the engineer should be wider than it was previously. So that's why, like, involving industry to help us to show the use cases is very important.
Thank you, Christina. Now, the second question, well, maybe it may seem that it's more oriented towards professors, I mean, academics, but I think that also it may be relevant for those of you who are not in the, let's say, classical academic environment, because working with other type of users, other type of learners is also extremely important. So my second question, it's something that it bother me, as probably everybody in universities, I think. So we are all under the power of the large language model. This is obviously. But for the young generation, and this relates to what you commented before, Christina, they create the illusion that basic knowledge is no longer necessary. Now, we as teacher, as professor, we say that basic knowledge is still necessary because it will not be good for AI engineers, especially, not to be able to understand the underlying principles and mechanisms in these large language models. So my question is in fact twofold. First, how can we explain to the new generation that they cannot abandon basic fundamental knowledge, even if it seems now very easy to answer, to get an answer to all your questions? And the second part of this question, what if fundamental knowledge is no longer necessary nowadays? So, David?
I will start with the first question, like how to convince pupils, students that the pain of learning the hard way by not delegating is still important. Is the approach obviously differs depending on the age of the pupil. If it's 7 to 10-year-old is a very different framing. But I think for students, which is probably the target audience based on what each of us does, or at least the young adults, is just connecting or trying to convince them that, okay, delegating the work to AI is detrimental if they don't go through the pains of learning, because eventually that's what all the tech companies are working towards, is that most people will know how to use these tools, at least to a certain level. And if that's your only advantage without having some substance behind it, some critical thinking and other skills that come through learning how many of us in the room have learned, then you'll just be one of the many and not stand out. So I think trying to connect this sort of a go the hard way, because that will increase the chances that you'll find the job, is one way you can maybe convince some young graduates or young professionals to prioritize still going the hard way. But realistically speaking, I think it's also a matter of curriculum, because I know in different countries, different levels of curriculum, but I've studied in Romania, I've studied in France, in Belgium, in the UK, and I do realize that the temptation is very hard if there's a lot of courses, a lot of essays to write, that they will delegate. So it's also a matter of fine-tuning the curriculum in such a way that maybe some of the essay writing is replaced with presentations or with other forms of assessment that doesn't tempt them so much to rely on AI. Could be one other approach. Obviously, it's not easy, but it's another thing that could be done. And yeah, last but not least is not to push against the use of AI, because I think that's a losing battle. Even if the students are not using it in your class or in your university, they will use it at home, and they will use it in their free time. I think the opportunity academics have, professors, is to step up to this challenge and to help guide this usage. And I'm not going to go into too many details, but I do discuss with professors from all over the world that there's many best practices that are being put forth of how they can encourage AI usage, but still make it in a way that trains the pupil's critical thinking. Asking the pupil to send to the professor assessing their maybe essay, send me your chat conversation on this specific essay assignment, to see if the pupil just copy pasted the first answer or had actually a conversation with the AI tool. There's the element I mentioned earlier with the presentation, which obviously is not always possible, but yes, if you want to see if a pupil properly studied and put together an essay with some critical thinking, asking him or her about it is one way to find out. So there's ways, but I want to end with this sort of a note of fighting it, it's not going to help. Encouraging it and guiding the adoption to make it as responsible for the pupil as possible is what I think where the opportunity is.
Teresa?
I 100% agree with you. I think as far as I know of having talked to our members at All Digital, so our members are mainly digital competence centers, but we also have other civil society organizations, SMEs. We have a wide range of organizations throughout 31 countries in Europe who really every day deal face to face with individuals coming to their centers or them coming to the individuals. If we talk about, let's say, a very rural place in Hungary where old people cannot move, and these centers, they come to them and they ask them, what do you need help with? When it comes to AI literacy, we see a major skill gap in Europe. And it's not about the technology is not necessarily lacking. Obviously, we can build more on. If we talk about European sovereignty, we can build more our own technology. But what we lack is skills. And when we talk about skills, we talk about the people who are teaching these skills, these competencies. And when we talk about competencies, right, it's not just technical skills, it's critical thinking, as you were mentioning, it is human agency at the end of the day. How do I use AI in a way that I can understand what's beneficial for me, but I can use it ethically, also with knowing the environmental and societal impact that it has, and also knowing where I can challenge it, in my thinking. And so I think it needs to start with teaching the trainers. It needs to start with, and this is also where I'm going to preach for, local digital competence centers that we manage and that we help on a daily basis at All Digital. These local centers are the ones who really are here to teach the trainers, because we can still see a huge gap in having teachers, academics coming to us and being like, I feel overwhelmed. I don't really know how to handle my students, literally writing their whole essays with AI, and I don't know how to make them understand that this is not how life works. I personally still remember graduating in 2019 and never using AI to use my essay. And yes, it was painful. Yes, it required a lot of time, but it's so much more gratefulness at the end of the day, in my opinion. And I think what we need is teach the trainers to really realize how using AI actually to teach the good and bad. I would say it's not that black and white. We know, of course, but the benefits and the disadvantages of AI. So using AI, not going against it, using AI in the classroom through different sorts of activities. I can give you one example. We have, actually, I think it took place in schools and universities. One of our members shared with us this activity called, it's a project, basically. It's ended, unfortunately, but it was a project called CRAL. This project was running in different schools and universities, and the goal was that in different classrooms, the teachers would ask their students in groups to use AI to create short videos, short audiovisual content, which would tackle current societal issues, such as climate change. They would ask the students, think in pairs, think in group, what's worrying you as a Gen Z, or, I'm talking about Gen Z because I'm Gen Z. What's worrying you right now? So when you actually put them in groups, when you have them work with AI as, hand in hand, you have them think by themselves and use AI as a tool to help them. But that's something that also, I used to be a teacher as well, teaching French back in the day. And I noticed that it really helps to use AI as a tool, but you need to incorporate this idea of communicate. And that's where also cross-sector, other types of competencies enter also the game. You really need to have this conversation, and we have one goal is to talk about this topic that affects us in some way, and then we can use AI to help us, but AI shouldn't be the thing creating the content, the outcome. So yeah, I think that's the example that really touched me, and not sure it really answers your question totally, fully, but I think that's something that we can all understand. especially probably teachers.
Can I jump in just to underline something you mentioned that is connected, I think, to the whole conversation, which is this idea of teacher and professor support? Because with another hat that I'm wearing, I have a company that delivers prompt engineering trainings for companies. And it's interesting that the resistance to change I see in companies, multinationals around Europe, including in Romania and in Belgium, is the same resistance I see or I hear about in universities sometimes. It's professors feeling that they're pushed by sort of their superiors, by the rector of the university, or not to use a tool in their classroom that they were not trained to use, or in some cases they might even not prefer that particular tool. And it's exactly the same in companies. I see employees who are fearful, who are frustrated that the decision didn't involve them, and it came top down, and they felt like they have to use a tool now that in some cases, again, it's not actually helping them in their work. So to kind of underline the importance of support for the professors and teachers, and to bring them into the decision making of which tool to use, in what context, sooner in the process. Not only when the partnership with the big tech company is signed, and it's like, here's the subscription, use it, because they might not even actually prefer that particular tool.
I'm sorry, I'm going to end on this, but I think where our work also makes a lot of sense to us is that there's like in the delivery capacities, especially at the local level, there's not a lack of legislation around AI literacy. We can see this with the newly the AI literacy framework that came out recently, but there's a lack of, implementation on the ground. So obviously a lack of investment in local digital competence centers or all sorts of civil societies that bring the training. And I think what we also need is more partnerships between academies, schools, vet academies, universities. We need more partnerships between those entities and these competence centers that can actually train the teachers. So these are some solutions I think that we can clearly come up with to help with that.
Thank you. Stefan?
It was very interesting what the other panelists said, and I want to continue. So I worked for many years in computer-supported collaborative learning with AI tools. So I think it's very important that also, I think you, David said, it's very important to put students to collaborate directly. For example, I gave homeworks for my natural language processing course to have a brainstorming-like conversation, but in 3 types. With a colleague, so human to human, with an LLM, and put the LLM to have such a, and make some comparisons between the 3. And so I try to involve them to think about this. Now, related to this problem of how to teach and try to make students understand that it's not only LLM which is existing and important. For example, I also, for more than 30 years, I taught algorithms. And students were very, what, so much mathematics, why? Majority, we have very good students. In fact, in Bucharest, we have in Polytechnica, I think the best students in Romania in this domain. And some of them are only to get a diploma, they wanted to know Java or so, and no algorithms, no mathematics. And I told them from many, many years ago, be aware that in the future will be no more need for such more programmers. And this is a reality now. But it is needed to persons, to specialists who understand, and because now you can generate very easy with an LLM, with code, but still it's needed to a high level expertise to correct, to adapt, to. So this is one aspect. Another aspect is in natural language processing. For many years, I taught classical, grammar-based, and so on, symbolic artificial intelligence. So several years ago, somebody said, we want to know, this is old-fashioned. And but of course, now the majority of the course is on LLM based, but still, people should not should be aware that it is, for example, LLMs with RAG and knowledge graphs. So there are limitations. And by the way, for example, Jan LeCun, I think everybody knows, he said, okay, LLMs are perfect, but they are text-based. And a lot of other things which is needed is not only what is in text, is the experience of life. And he now, probably you know that he invested more than $1 billion in developing some old models, something which is not in text. And of course, there are debates here. Some people say, oh, yes, but you know, combining text with images in transformers, and so you'll have some, it is not sure which will be the reality. But the idea is that students and computer science special should be aware that LLMs, of course, are very powerful, but it's not everything. And also, when you have an age like I have, you have seen also some winters of artificial intelligence. I'm not saying that will be a winter, but there is an enthusiasm, and of course, results extraordinary, but related to hallucinations, also sycophancy. It's another problem, because if LLM, you ask something, he said, and say, oh, it's not okay. Oh, sorry. And it changed totally. So there are some problems, and students should be aware and should be prepared for handling such phenomenon.
Christina?
When we talk about the fundamental knowledge and that it should be taught to the students. So basically, we are showing such examples in our courses that our research mainly based, as Adina already mentioned, on analysis of building energy consumption and all processes within it. So we would like to optimize energy consumption, but still having, for example, indoor climate in a good on a good level. And one showcases to the students, you can propose your optimization algorithm. So we taught different algorithms, and then you can show which, we provide data and which method is better and showing. So a lot of students nowadays, because they start to prompt, so finding some solution proposed by LLMs. And okay, when we they have their presentation of the project, and then we start to ask, okay, right now you have made your solution only for one building or one floor of the building. And now imagine we have a company which has hundreds of buildings, even buildings in different countries. And if we start to use your solution, is it possible at all to using all the computational power of the company to solve the problem or make it better, so to optimize something? It's not, because your computational power basically will be much larger than you actually try to save. And in this case, here we can show already to the students that you need to know the algorithm, you need to understand the basics in order to select the proper one, not thinking only about what is the main goal, but as well, what are the constraints to reach that. So this is one thing. And already panelists have talked about the assessments, and I guess it's very important that students and as well teachers needs to understand that then we use LLMs. So basically they can solve problems, but they won't provide the no, we need to know, have an understanding what is happening. So of course you can write an essay using LLMs, just copying and pasting. You can solve no majority of the problems right now, because I can see it through my course. This year we needed to change fully the assessment methodology, because already previous years we saw the skewness of the grades of our students, and that doesn't mean that they understand better the subject. The thing is that using LLMs they can provide reports that which are very good, and that means that from our side we need to, in order to basically understand how they gather the knowledge which we would like to provide to them. So we need to change our assessment methods, and that means that now from our side I have like conversations with our students, so they need to show their decision making through the project and so on. And as I heard or read from somewhere, like a couple of years already in UK, the sellings of the paper and pens becomes 30% more. So that means that exams are written only by pen and paper, so not any additional tools allowed. I'm not for that. Because I know that in real life, none of the engineer is sitting in isolated rooms. So my exams always were open booked. So, but right now you still can write prompt, but after that we need to talk, and they need to understand that you gathered your knowledge.
Thank you, Christina. Now the last question, I would ask you to give a short answer, 1 minute at most, okay, each of you. So what means for you, what do you think it should be AI literacy? David?
For me, AI literacy is like the ABCs. Everybody should know how to use these tools at the basic level, which will give everybody the sort of subsistence level to perform in any job. But then that level will still not be enough, obviously, to be successful in one career. But we're still not there yet. We need to give everybody the chance, and you get the chance by knowing how to use AI efficiently and responsibly.
Thank you. Christina?
For me, AI literacy depends on the role, because actually we need to teach maybe the same trustworthy AI on different levels. For the engineers, this will be technical side. For policymakers, it will be something else. So in this sense, we need to prepare our courses this way that they will be applicable to different audience. And another thing that our AI is evolving so fast. So you once you taught or once you learned some course isn't enough. So basically, this is education through the life or life cycle. So you need always to have some additional educational courses and so on to understand what is happening. Previous year, we didn't talk much about the agents or agentic AI. Nowadays, it's like buzzword. Everyone uses. If not, so you're already delayed.
There are people in the consortium who talk about agents for the last 30 years. Okay, Teresa, please.
Okay, under a minute, sometimes it's a bit hard to do that, but I would say AI literacy should definitely support people, human beings in general, every strands of society, to feel more capable and connected, not powerless or isolated. And right now, unfortunately, if you look at the Digital Decade Report of 2026, we still lack a lot of digital skills in Europe, and I'm afraid that AI literacy is a big part of that. There are still big lacks, huge gaps. Unfortunately, we need AI literate artists. We need AI literate plumbers. I mean, if your plumber is to use AI, they need to, during the training, have the tools and train on the tools. And for that, for example, we need that. So I would say I will finish on saying that AI literacy must be connected to real jobs. It must be connected to real sectors and real sustainability gains, whether it's in the academic sector or any other sectors in life. So, yeah.
Thank you, Stefan.
AI literacy, in fact, it means three things: to know how it works, how to use it, and what are the risks. Of course, that you cannot teach a plumber details about how works a transformer, but at least to tell that, for example, an LLM is nothing else but a machine, something which was trained with all the texts which were available and generates the most probable word which follows a sequence of words. This is, in fact, an LLM, plus some guardrails and so on. So this is needed to people to know. It's a famous paper, stochastic parrots. LLMs are like a parrot, of course, all different level, but which repeats something. So this is important. The second, how to use it, of course, it was discussed, prompt engineering and so on and so on. And the risks also, I said, we discussed here about hallucination, sycophancy and so on. And of course, the other discussions we had, creativity, critical thinking and so on should be people aware that people still have, I repeat it, still have some features which, in my opinion, and not only my opinion, will never be automated. Well, of course, it's a lot of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, comments, please, if there are any.
Thank you. Thank you for the great panel discussion. I'm Andrea Olaro from Politehnica Bucharest, and from my experience as a professor, I want to ask you. Now, indeed, the students will clearly use LLMs in order to do their homework, for instance. So we will evaluate the homeworks in consequence, considering or supposing that students did use LLMs. So that means that in order to cope with the difficulty and the requirements of the homework, students will probably have to use LLMs. So in this context, how do we manage this combination between the subject that the student was supposed to learn and that we teach, and the student's ability to use the LLM in order to obtain the necessary results? Thank you.
Would like to answer? Only one person will answer.
As I see it, basically what we need to do, we should allow students to use LLMs, but we need to see the whole, basically if previously we were dedicated mostly on the result, but right now we need to observe the whole process, how decisions were made during the solving this problem. Have you verified your results? So and this will help us to understand and provide proper knowledge to the student, because it's inevitable. We are living in an era of LLMs, so we cannot isolate ourselves from that. So in this case, we need to just justify the assessment methods.
Other question?
Thank you. I see a lot of commonalities between what's happening now with LLMs and what happened in the 80s when the first affordable home computer was developed and sold. I remember my father being encouraged by the Ministry of Education to buy a computer, learn how to use it, so that pupils could know what a computer is. Now, when I see how my students use computers, I have the feeling computer literacy failed. Students have a very shallow understanding of what a computer is, and they don't use computers well. So my question is, what to do differently with AI literacy so that in 30 years we won't have the same, I won't have the same impression, hoping that I'll still be there.
Okay. Good answer.
I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat myself a little bit, but one clear maybe solution we already see, because we are sort of trying that out among our members at All Digital, is building a network, building an ecosystem of support. So, for example, let's take a school in a rural area somewhere in Europe. This school really needs individuals who are AI literate or computer literate, who can, let's say, either be employed 2 days a week to teach pupils how to use a computer or AI in class or outside of class in their daily lives. We talked about critical thinking as well, so digital competencies in general. So this kind of element, this is very tangible. This is doable. What we need is more partnerships at the local level, national level as well. You need, of course, member states to pitch in. Member states are the owners of the curriculum, right? But what the EU can do as well is to bring the funding. So you need to push more for, member states need to push more for, let's say, funding from the EU. And then it needs to be a whole ecosystem of support. Sounds a bit complicated like this, but at the local level, it's very clear. What you need is more partnerships between, these centers who are very well existing all around Europe, and also the schools, the one bringing the trainings to the kids or to the young adults or to the young adults, job seekers, migrants, etc. Here in Brussels, you have so many of them already. You have one which is located not far away, and they provide classes, computer skills classes to migrants for free, right? So they exist. They just need more partnerships, more support as well. It comes with funding. It also comes with more volunteering, maybe. With a little bit of creativity, we can make things happen. It's just a matter of wanting it to happen. Also.
We shall take one more question. Yes, please.
Will it be more pertinent to teach them how to have taste with the other, like develop, instead of having what I would do a paragraph or two, they build a novel, and then they go further than just whatever I used to do when I was 20.
Yes, who would like to answer?
This is a big problem. In fact, in our department, I think 1 or 2 years, we discuss a lot what to do with this problem that students use LLMs. For example, in algorithms, I told you for many years. Now, last year was almost everybody for the homework used an LLM. So the reality is they are here. We cannot forbid, because some people say, okay, we have to do not allow them to use them. No, you cannot. We should, it's not easy, but we should think about another kinds of homeworks, another kinds of exams. For example, for homeworks, of course, they will use LLMs. But to put them to, as I told you, try to put them to collaborate and maybe make some critical thinking about the results. Of course, that we can use LLMs to write a critical, but we should, it's not simple, but I think there are some possibilities. For example, at exam, I'm now because you know there are also glasses. It was cases in our department. They had that examiner glass, which from Meta, I think, and it is hard to detect. For example, I make multiple answer questions, which every minute is changed. The question is no return, and for several minutes they have, or 20, 30 minutes to. So it is there are, I think, possibilities, and but it is an open an open question.
Would you like to add something?
Yeah,
1 minute?
Just briefly on this, because I know we maybe are close to the end. Because I definitely agree with you. The two most important things nowadays will be taste and authenticity, and I think this will be the things that are very difficult for any AI to replicate fully. And the other one remains critical thinking. And I was thinking as I was listening to the esteemed professor here share his experience, how we will need to find different ways to help students to stay with the problem for longer. Because that's what essay writing is, staying with the problem for longer. And I'm not saying this is the only one to develop critical thinking, but it has been throughout the last 100 years now, one of the best ways for pupils to stay with the problem for longer and in the process develop their critical thinking. So I would acronymize it if I can, since we're in Brussels, it's TAC, taste, authenticity, and still critical thinking.
Okay. I think that we heard together some very, very interesting ideas. Just to make a brief conclusion, by listening to what the panelists said, I personally have the conclusion that the life of the students became easier because of AI. The life of the teachers and professor became more difficult because of the AI. Okay, but obviously we are all facing some important challenges. I would like to thank very much to all the panelists for being there, for giving their thoughts and having such an interesting discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we are moving on to a topic that has sparked quite a few questions yesterday and today, which is on EU AI sovereignty, a twofold challenge. I'd like to invite my colleague Erik from Telenor as a moderator of this session. Erik, maybe a round of applause.
All right. Good. Let's continue on a different topic now, on AI sovereignty, and we'll discuss the challenges related to this and how Europe can remain competitive in strategic sectors, right? And I work at a telecom company. I work as a researcher at Telenor, which has a large presence in the Nordics and is also present in Asia. And we have some views on cloud sovereignty and on those topics. I could tell you that, for example, there's ongoing discussions about the legislative frameworks about, for example, the US Cloud Act, which can compel cloud providers headquartered in the US to produce data, even if it is stored in Europe, in European data centers. I could tell you about the sovereign cloud company that Telenor just established a couple of weeks ago. But I'm not going to do any of those things because we have 4 distinguished speakers to join me on stage in a few moments. And they will be able to give you a much more diverse perspective on this challenge. And the plan for today is as follows. I have challenged each of the panelists to come up with a 5-minute opening statement on a single guiding question. And that question is the following. The question is,
Is European AI sovereignty a pipe dream, or is it an achievable strategic objective? And this is a difficult question, but we have very good panelists, and I expect a good response from each of them. First up is Valerie Zapicot, who is the founder and CEO of Valkuren, a company focusing on AI big data solution development for SMEs. Please, a round of applause for Valerie.
Hello, good afternoon. If we say AI sovereignty is achievable today, I would say no. That will be really a challenge to go there. But also there is a sovereignty. It's a big word and a buzzword today. Sovereignty, it doesn't mean the same things for everybody. And I would treat the sovereignty in different aspects. Of course, we have the infrastructure, which is missing for now in Europe. I would say missing for accessible as a small and medium company, European small and medium company and ETI in Europe. Accessible sovereign infrastructure that's difficult for this type of company to access easily this type of infrastructure for AI specifically. And there is, of course, a challenge of sovereignty of data, and behind this data knowledge and how you leverage the point to this. So for me, the data, I would say, the question of AI sovereignty is just amplifying the fact we have already put all our data on non-European cloud, I would say, and that's a big issue that just now pop up because AI analyze and treat all this specific knowledge and data. So that's really the point. I would say that's first, for me, sovereignty means for SMEs specifically, in our case, we are addressing small and medium companies at Valkuren. So we advise this type of company to choose for an hybrid mode. I would say we cannot do without the major US infrastructure for now, but for the strategic aspect, for the industrial aspect, for the defense and healthcare aspect, we of course advise to have a hybrid solution. So for me, the sovereignty would not be accessible for now in this complete scale level of AI, but that will be step by step by going through an hybrid mode. And then I hope in the next years, Europe will push more and more the organization of deployment of this type of infrastructure to be sure that we have the right organization and the right level behind for this type of companies. And keep, for me, that's really important because that keeps the knowledge, the industrial knowledge we have today in Europe, an historic and a long industrial knowledge, we need to promote as a sovereign asset. And that's really important for me. So the achievability is not ready for now, but I would say that would be a mix of hybrid mode that we should build for the next years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Our next panelist who will come up on stage is David Timmis, who you already know from the previous session and who has just managed to catch a breath, who doesn't need this at all and who will just power through. He is the Global Communication and Public Affairs Manager at Generation and a Senior Fellow in AI Governance at the Global Governance Institute. David, the floor is yours.
So this is not a prepared speech because indeed this is back to back for me today, but I have this conversation on this particular topic so often in Brussels that I'm going to just speak off the cuff. And I'm going to speak on my own behalf. First of all, this is not the views of Global Governance Institute or Generation, my employer. It's personally what I believe about this topic. And as a formation, I'm a communicator, both for my public speaking training, but also I'm a comms professional. I work in Brussels. I do advocacy. And I really care about words. And I really believe strongly, and I'm quite vocal about it, that we got it wrong on this one, because sovereignty, if anybody actually had the chance to Google it, is impossible. It's not possible in the current paradigm we're in the current multi-connected, supply chain dependent world we're in. Not just for Europe, it's not possible. It's not possible for the US. It's not possible for China. However, they are definitely better positioned to at least have it as a goal, given where they stand when it comes to AI. So first and foremost, I would even, demolish a bit the word because sovereignty is, I think, a distraction from what we should actually focus on in Europe, which is slightly different, but I'll get to that in a second. Let's just spend a minute or two on why I think sovereignty matters for the US and China and why for them, I would definitely have no problem for them using this word as much as they're not sovereign on AI at the moment. It's because if you look at AI as a 4-stack race, so I'm not including also applications there, which would be the 5th stack, the first 2 layers, one of them is AI models, closed source AI models. That's where the US is still, some say by 6 months, others say by 9 months ahead of China. When it comes to open source, China has already won it. Of course, things can change, but at the moment, there's much more open source coming from China used in Europe and in America than American or European open source. So the battle for AI superintelligence, the model layer, is still won at the moment by US, but by a very small margin. The second layer is chips. Designing chips, designing the whole sort of supply chain behind them, manufacturing chips. It's where the US is again leading. However, even in this particular aspect, China, because of the export controls, is making quite good progress and they have their own equivalents to NVIDIA. They're trying to replicate ASML, the company in the Netherlands. They're trying to replicate TSMC and they're getting better and better. So still, 2 layers out of 4, the US is leading. And now it's getting interesting because actually, if you look at energy and rare earths, which are the actual bottlenecks in the AI race currently, that's where China is running ahead. It's very far beyond the US, and the US is desperately trying to catch up. So 4 legs, 4 phases of the AI race, Europe is nowhere to be seen, and unfortunately, neither is any other developed or developing country. So it's clearly a race between the US and China that still are trying to push for something that, as I say, it's still for them a pipe dream, but it's achievable. What does Europe stand, or what does Europe should do? So first, don't call it sovereignty. If you really want, call it strategic autonomy. Still pretty tweetable, hashtagable, but at least it's, accurate because you can be more autonomous. You can depend less on others. And then second, and most important, what you should actually do, and this is not just my opinion, just listen to leaders of the tech sector in Europe. The CEO of ASML, the CEO of Siemens are also arguing for the same thing. Don't try to build the infrastructure here because it's not going to happen. You're not going to manufacture 20% of chips in Europe. Not even America is managing to do that, and they're struggling now to bring back manufacturing. But what Europe has as a huge advantage is its capacity to adopt the technology. We've seen it before. The electric light bulb was invented in the UK, in England at the time. It was made accessible and scalable in the US. A few hundred years before, the printing press was invented in China, or the technology behind it, but it was scaled in Europe, in Germany at the time, with Johannes Gutenberg. So what I'm trying to say is that whilst being sovereign on the development of this technology and on manufacturing the chips behind it, it's not achievable for us at the moment and not in the foreseeable future, we can lead the world in adopting AI, not just efficiently, but responsibly. And also, very importantly, we have companies in Europe that sit on treasure troves of data in the healthcare sector, in the green economy sector, who with AI, they can make that data much more valuable than our counterparts in the US or China can. So to sum it all up, words matter, sovereignty is a distraction from what we should really focus on, and Europe still can play a role in leading the race that matters, which is the race for responsible, not just efficient adoption that benefits the many, not just the few. So we can actually make this European social model work and be augmented by AI, not displaced by AI. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Wow, what a rally cry. Thank you so much, David. Next, it's the turn of Ricardo Bessa, who you may know as one of our ENFIELD consortium partners from INESCTEC. He is the coordinator of the Center for Power and Energy Systems and a senior researcher as well. Please, Ricardo.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Well, I will start by so I actually agree with David. So sovereignty it's a myth, but I would try to start what we are doing right now in Europe. It's like a public-private partnership for foundational models. So you know, foundational models, they are some kind of follow-up of LLM. In US, they're already developing it. So one question that the Commission made to us is how we can be competitive compared to what they're already doing in the United States and also in China. So now you find foundational models for time series forecasting, everything. So what we decided to do was to assemble a group of industrial partners in Europe, European companies, end users, AI startups and SMEs, academia. We assemble a group with a formal contract between us, with more than 40 partners. From these 40, around half are industry, and we start to develop a foundational model for power grids in Europe, and it's now a flagship project in the new strategy from the European Commission. But the question is always the same. When we were doing this, Microsoft released a foundational model exactly for what we are doing. So did we stop doing that? No. Because we have to find ways or what we can do that it's unique and it is a competitive advantage. So when we look at all of these, architecture of the AI models, this is the key point. So nowadays, everyone is using a transformer-based architecture. We saw yesterday from the video presentation that consumes a lot of energy. We need big data centers. Virginia this morning said that when she was a student, the computer was the size of this room. So how we can be competitive? Let's do a new architecture for AI that consumes less energy, consumes less resources, is much more efficient, it's more accurate, everything. We have all the competencies in Europe. In ENFIELD, green AI, for example, we could use the results from ENFIELD for green AI. If we do something like this and we do it faster, because doing it faster is really important nowadays, we can be competitive. Of course, later someone will do better, as David said. So it's not something, now we are the best, we'll be the best for the whole life. No, next week something or next month will be something better, but we have the knowledge. So knowledge is in fact here the key point. Something I would like to say also, taking what Virginia mentioned in the morning, actually there's a lot of similarities. I think the fact we are both Portuguese might mean something, but the fact is that this is a social technical system. So we have been developing technology, LLMs and other technologies that just provide information. They don't provide optimal decisions. So in the end, what matters for industry is making optimal decisions. They give you more profits, they save you more costs, everything. So end-to-end optimization of this whole social technical ecosystem is something that can be done in Europe. It misses in the market, and there is knowledge in Europe also to do it. And if we do that, We can cooperate with China, we can cooperate with the US, because somehow we are complementary to them. So instead of being competitors, we'll be some kind of a collaboration with them. And this knowledge exists in Europe, and we have the industry in Europe is very, very strong. So being domain specific in key sectors in Europe, that's also a competitive advantage that we should explore more. Depends a lot on European industry as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, for this viewpoint from the energy sector. Now, our final panelist who will give his answer to our guiding question on AI sovereignty is Sagar Sen, Research Manager at Syntev Digital and leading the trustworthy Green IoT software group. Please.
Thanks a lot to my fellow panelists. There's so much already said. The word sovereign is actually souverain, which means supreme authority. Europe has been down that path before and it didn't end so well, as we know. And sovereign AI is something NVIDIA loves. Every country should make its own data center and they'll sell you their GPUs. But my viewpoint around sovereignty is very much linked to the fact that technology eventually follows an S curve and it plateaus. So after some time, all forms of pushback occurs. For one, something that Ricardo mentioned, the speed of light is a physical constraint. So if you want to make decisions fast in a robot, for instance, you cannot send your tokens to the cloud. The latency would be just too high. So you need green solutions which are faster and closer to the problem area. So the frontier models today consume 10 to the power of 26 floating point operations with a lot of waste. Data sets are trained again and again. AI models don't remember what they have learned. There's so much of a blue ocean of research that can be done to somehow sort of make this far more efficient. And I guess NVIDIA sees this vulnerability, right? I mean, although they have been selling all these data centers to everybody, the day someone comes up with an algorithm, hopefully in Europe, that does this in a far more efficient and a cost-effective way, all of this will be maybe a ghost town, in my opinion. The other thing is a privacy constraint. Meta has been trying to sell us these Meta glasses for new forms of data, for world models, where they want to see how you interact with others, how you manipulate the physical world. I don't see anyone wearing those glasses, honestly. So I'm not going to wear them. I'm going to teach my children not to wear them. And you won't have that kind of data. This goes beyond certain limits of privacy, and it's just absurd. So these constraints will lead us to an equilibrium in terms of technology. So Europe can be not a second mover, because China is a second mover, maybe a third mover, which is doing things in a smart way. Considering the fact that we will at some point reach an equilibrium, and we need to keep our skill levels up, try to be creative about new algorithms for AI model training. Virginia spoke about abstraction, causality, things that are smaller are able to reason and at a meta level. I think these are things we need to focus on. And also, when it comes to data sovereignty, we already discussed this. We have amazing industries in Europe with very valuable data that can serve us very interesting test beds and make us have us a position on the table globally. That's pretty much it from me.
I'm going to take this and walk over here. Then I can join you. And for the next part, I think we've heard 4 different perspectives now on AI sovereignty and what are the most pressing challenges. I'll ask each one of you, starting with you, Valerie, to point out one thing you heard from another panelist here that you agree with and something that maybe you would challenge.
Yeah, I think that's about that's really the challenge of the LLM for me. How we can be sure to know that the LLM were trained on which data. So I will challenge if we choose an open source system. So we use a lot of open source algorithm as LLM and others algorithm to deploy for company on a sovereign aspect. But the point is really also behind to know how this model was trained before we can use it. So of course we train them on our on the company's data, but that's a question of sovereignty also to know how and which data set this algorithm was trained before. So for me, that's really a point here, and it's linked to sovereignty and data sovereignty, and know all the building chain behind. So I would address this specific point, and also about the knowledge, because the knowledge, our expertise in Europe is very high. Unfortunately, we have our brain as they are quit Europe. And so that's also an aspect we need to improve. They talked to this also about the student before, but how we keep the brain also in Europe is also a part for me of the sovereignty. Voilà.
Definitely. David, your turn.
Yeah, there was, I think, a lot of agreement. I think most of us have complemented each other in our intervention, so I would not overemphasize something that was already said. Maybe to just develop on the point made by Sagar just a second ago of the S-curve, because I also invest in tech. So I am particularly keen to see when the plateau will come, because I'm invested. So obviously I have a lot to gain or to lose. So I'm, putting my mouth where my money where my mouth is with everything I say. And my opinion is that this race, again, Europe is not playing in the race. Europe is the VAR if you watch football. That's what Europe role is. It still could be an important role, but it's definitely not Argentina or France in the final. That's the US and China in this race. But there's a joke amongst my sort of community of AGI pilled people who believe this technology will, maybe reach higher levels, artificial general intelligence or transformative AI. And we sometimes joke that, well, it's actually a race of which country will break last, because based on how things are going now in the US and also to some degree in China, there's this element of if you continue down the same pace and not take care of the people impacted by the building of data centers, by the the pace of change and the disruption in the labor force, there might be actually a lot more civil unrest that even countries like China and the US are prepared to deal with. So there's this kind of a joke that, well, if they're going to hit their head on the wall, we, Europe, those problems are going to arrive a bit later here so we can deal with them. And whilst that scenario is obviously, not ideal, because as long as people get hurt, nobody would want it, but that still positions Europe as the potential survivor, third player who comes to steal the show. I wouldn't obviously bet that much on that. And to kind of not contradict, because I do think there will be limits and bottlenecks to this race. And I do hope that we will be able to leverage these bottlenecks, these physical bottlenecks, be it the lack of copper, which is around the corner, be it high bandwidth memory, which is happening now, be it energy, which is, again, happening now. We're not discussing as much in Europe because we're kind of jumping from one dependency on the east to one dependency on the west when it comes to energy. But huge topic, and it's what all the tech leaders are talking about. They don't talk about chips as much as energy nowadays. So I do hope that these bottlenecks will actually help prevent both the US and China to actually push too far ahead on this technology, both because I think there could be pretty harmful situations, given that any race is with winners and losers, and ideally for humanities, not a zero-sum game, but actually a way to collaborate. And yeah, to kind of not maybe end it on too much of a doom and gloom, I just hope we're going to learn from history and that we will not need something to break before we can actually, to again complement that, some of the things that were said here, before we actually decide to work together, and not to work together just the US and Europe, which has happened already at the G7. Both tech leaders and governmental leaders in the US and Europe have sort of joined forces. We do need China. We need three to tango on this topic. And if those discussions exclude China or the US, they cannot happen at the global level. So I do hope we can learn from these past experiences to collaborate before the race has losers.
Thank you, David. I think you touched upon a very important point here. This race has societal consequences, has environmental consequences, and those are not necessarily very good. When it comes to energy, Ricardo, I'm sure you have some viewpoints here. Push the button up.
Okay, this one works. I would pick on what Valerie's mentioned with SMEs. So I think the companies, the industrial ecosystem in Europe, startups and SMEs is probably one of the solutions to be more competitive. But if we think on startups, so their survival rate is quite low, so they can keep running for 2, 3, 4 years. And the ones who survive, they move to US. So Portugal is a small country, but he managed to produce several unicorn companies, all moved to the US because the venture capital they received was US money. So what happened is that their CEO had to go to Silicon Valley and so on. And this is something in Europe that it's a problem. Venture capital is a problem. It's not just access to money, it's the mindset of the venture capital in Europe. It's not just if they put you money, if they bet on your company or not, is that you end up working for them, and this is sometimes it's a problem. But this is the problem of startups. Access to venture capital is a big issue in Europe. You find it, but it's not European money, it's US money. In the end, you end up there, and then you are killed in the stock market in the US, like it happened with Farfetch in Portugal. So they were put the Portuguese flag in the New York stock market, and 2 years later or 3 years later, they disappear from the stock market. SMEs, they have another problem, is scale up. So if you have an SME, how you can scale up in Europe, and how easy or difficult is to scale up? It's very difficult. I don't know any SME that quickly become no longer an SME. It takes a lot of years. Most of the times it doesn't happen. They are acquired by another big company. And the reason for this is that we have a fragmented market in Europe. So it's not a single market, it's a fragmented market. If you are from the small country, if you want to scale up, you cannot work just on that country. And so you have to go to all European Union, and it doesn't work because it's a fragmented market. So I think the industrial ecosystem is something in Europe we have to work more and see what kind of instruments we can have to really scale up. Just a comment on the US, they are destroying their science ecosystem so fast that I have hope because of that.
Sagar, your turn.
I think a lot of points that have been said are very valid. One thing is not a contradiction to anything that has been said, but one thing which is very European is we are not wasteful. We are like a garden. We take care of things, planet, people. That's something that drives us. If you want to join a race, then we would not do it the way Americans are doing it right now. The Chinese are very cost effective too, but they have somehow joined this race. So I'm very curious as to how they're sort of dealing with the wastefulness of this whole process. But we are very careful with damaging things around us. We want things to be neat and clean. So I feel like the very thing that we are in a race you're not racing the same way. There is something very deep inside us which is saying that we don't want to be part of this race, but we want to do it in a way which is actually sustainable.
Yeah. So I think we see, okay, we're running a different race. What is the next thing we should do? What is the priority we should focus on right now? I heard a couple of ideas already in the opening statement. Anyone who wants to jump in on that?
Yeah, maybe to just make it hashtagable, one market, one Europe. That's what we need. I mean, everything we discussed now in the panel and probably throughout the conference depends on actually bringing to reality the actual vision of the founding fathers, Robert Schuman and Jean Monnet, which was one Europe, one market, that we're still trying to build, because essentially we live in a world now that I think it's very much not just in the private sector, but also in government, founder-led. You have these founders, kind of, not founding fathers, don't get me wrong, but sort of people who are able to move very fast on in the US and in China, because they have, well, in China, a country that obviously Chairman Xi Jinping has been around for quite a long time, so he can plan in the future. We obviously don't want that in the same context. And we have in the Atlantic, across the Atlantic, in the Trump administration, somebody who's working very closely with business, but also somebody who benefits from being a United States of America. So I think for us, fundamentally, until we figure this out, even the great things that some of our friends, colleagues who work for the institutions are doing here, even great things that are being cooked up in Brussels are often not translated or implemented at the member state level. And there's a big pushback in Europe now also because of extremists, both of the right, and now we see in France of the left as well, who are pushing back against this idea of a one market, one union, a stronger Europe together. And unfortunately, we're literally being picked apart by our rival competitors, at least in this quote-unquote race, the US and China, because they're often inviting European member states for agreements, Pax Silica, the sort of initiative coming from the US on chips. It was initially the first countries to be invited were, I think, from Europe, Netherlands and Germany, and I think the EU as an entity was the third on the list. It should be Europe representing all of our views, and ideally with an elected official sitting in Brussels who could speak maybe on behalf of Europeans with much more power than currently is being given. So that's my 2 cents.
Yes, I think that's a great answer, but I think maybe Valerie has something to say about that. What do you think about the one market, one Europe idea?
Totally agree with you. One market, one Europe. That's for sure the right. I would say we should work on the mindset. To think about European aspect, European ecosystem. So Europe should push to use more European. In fact, Europe should buy in Europe to be sure also that our economy, our infrastructure can grow step by step, and to be sure that we can perform step by step a better aspect and get the money in Europe to be sure that our infrastructure, our knowledge, our industry can grow step by step also. For me, that's the point here.
Just on the money part, because I think you mentioned it as well. We have the money. Europe is sitting probably on the biggest amounts of money, but the problem is our pension funds are investing in the US. I had the pleasure to meet in Brussels a month or two ago one of the co-founders from Skype, who was sharing this sort of story of Skype, coming from the Baltics, and a company that Europeans could not invest in until it was bought by Microsoft. And obviously then you invest in Microsoft, US company, and also at a much higher price than you could have as a young European startup. So that's, again, about one market, pension unions, and because the capital is here.
Yeah. Sagar, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I would like to say that we need to look into like blue ocean of possibilities, things that Americans are not doing. One is design for reuse, for remanufacturing when it comes to semiconductor, for instance, urban mining, like really sort of creating circularity in our society, and companies that do that, because they are not looking at it. They're looking for speed, performance. You have power performance area, but not, reuse and so on. So I think we should look at these blue ocean of opportunities when they've invested so much in one direction and capitalize on that.
Interesting. Ricardo?
Just say, I think one thing that the Commission made recently that I think is a good direction was to apply AI strategy. So is intentionally targeting some specific sectors where they believe Europe can be competitive. Of course, we can discuss the sectors that are there, if they should be more sectors or less, it doesn't matter. But what matters is that is pushing us in the direction of application of AI in specific sectors and domain-specific application. And this is exactly where Europe can be very competitive. And this is, I think, a direction we should pursue. Another one, and I think the AI Act was also mentioned today, it's an opportunity, not a barrier for this. So trustworthy AI and making something you can trust, a human can trust, but not just a human. This is also, so everyone is talking about it, but if we think in what technology was developed in Europe on that, we don't find almost nothing, and was Europe to start that. So it seems that sometimes we are stuck in things and we don't move forward with it. And it's not regulation. I'm not, I don't think regulation is the problem. The problem is that we see regulation the wrong way, not in the right way.
Thank you. One of the points that Valerie mentioned was on keeping knowledge here, right? And you mentioned, Sagar, we have talent in Europe, right? What is going wrong, and how can we mitigate this problem or address it at least? Anyone who wants to come in on that?
Challenging one.
I think depends on what kind of talent we are talking. Frequently, this is associated to academia, so we have brain drained from Europe to the US, and this is a fact. I mean, who is responsible for these advances in LLM and others? They are Europeans. So in academia, it's a problem, the fact that there is a low retention rate in the universities. So normally you tend to go to industry, but if you want to keep working on academia and have a good salary, you go to the US. So, but this is, I don't think this is the key problem. I think this is much more problematic when you go outside academia and you see engineers and you compare the salaries of engineers in Europe, any country in Europe. You can even pick Norway, although, and it's not competitive compared to the US. This is a combination of several things. The job laws in Europe, they are quite restrictive. Of course, they protect the worker, but at the same time, there might be also problems to the worker when you go up in your career because you become too much attached to a specific company or a job. So there is a lot of things that I think have to do on the job law in Europe, but also on the salaries. They need to be more competitive, and you need to have more flexibility that you don't have in Europe. One thing, I don't know in all the member states, but in Portugal, I have this thing of exclusivity. So, and this is, it's a problem. I mean, and this is something you don't have in US and in other countries where this is much more free to work.
Anyone with a final point on this?
I come back to the salary competition, and unfortunately, the taxes we have on it, and that we have. I have employees.
Yeah.
And
you are based in Belgium,
yeah,
right?
I'm based in Belgium, and so one first thing should be to decrease for some countries the taxes on the.
Yeah.
On the salary, that's impossible to do like this, and to keep brain in this country for a long time. Okay. People will look for there is no frontier, I would say, so people can live and find another opportunity with less taxes. So that's really a point.
Okay.
Quick one. US is a very merit-based economy. When you have conversations like this, they would destroy each other on technical concepts and go very deep into things. In Europe, we are very we are shying away from that. We're very polite with each other. So the talent is always hidden and like, not the main thing somehow, I feel.
Thank you, Sagar. At this point, I would like to invite the audience to ask some questions to our distinguished panel here. Anyone who wants to come in with a question, and I will need one of the microphones. Yeah, in the middle there. Up down.
Thank you. Thank you for the insightful panel and discussion. And now I will comment as well as ask a question. First of all, when we see this technology, it's AI, which is highly for sovereignty we are talking about. What about, hypersonic technologies we are talking, which are used for very, high stake applications like defense and so on. But when we talk about AI, it's also dual use technology, which could be both for society as well as for the defense. Now, when we talk about general sovereignty in a country, in a physical, the sovereignty is, maintained by the defense. But the technologies they are using in the defense is manufactured everywhere, and, dual use and so on. Where in the war or anything, they will use all this. There is a physical or a natural way of maintaining this kind of sovereignty, unless there broke a war. Okay? So in AI, what is special with AI now? Why we are talking so much about AI sovereignty when we don't see the big picture? That is the one question. Another is another thing, when we talk about, sovereignty, we are forgetting about the stack we are using and the technologies, the different stacks, So wherever, for example, if we have used the open source, whatever one of the panelists mentioned, we don't know on what data they are trained, how the algorithms are maintained, and we say that we will maintain our sovereignty. That might be a sense of false of security for us. So what do you think now the a la mode saying that the open source will be the answer for sovereignty? This is two questions you want to reflect.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think what I said at the beginning, just AI is just give us the opportunity for the wake-up call for Europe, for sovereignty in Europe, because I would say the point was there before, and AI doesn't change this. And it was just giving the wake-up call to everybody saying, yeah, you should jump now because there is an acceleration, and you have to keep in mind that sovereignty is important. So that for me, the first point. The second point, that's also explained. We don't know how the data how the LLM was trained. If you use open source, what is behind? We need. There is a point of, for me, cybersecurity, and AI will not go without cybersecurity, and we should address also this point together. When you use open source LLM, we should be able to have the complete control with cybersecurity control also on this point. So that would be a point to add with that.
Okay. Sagar, would you like to add anything?
Industrial espionage. China has been distilling data from the American models. We also have industrial espionage in Europe. I wouldn't say that we are, very clean and things like that. So they have been investing in collecting data for decades now, Google, YouTube, etc. So it's impossible to catch up with that. You could start now, but you need a lot of people to use your platforms and provide the data. But we have GDPR and all that. So it's not going to be that easy. So we have to find clever ways, in my opinion.
Ricardo.
On the dual use, sometimes is a gray area to classify something as dual use or not, in particular when you develop, because you don't know what will be the final purpose. I remember in ESP we have recently a problem with some protests from Palestine, because there was a project on agriculture with robotics, and there was an Israel partner there. So they were saying they were using the robots to optimize agriculture on Israel, so they would destroy the agriculture sector in Palestine. So, but when you were developing that, you never cross your mind then this would be used for. It was not the case on the project, by the way. It was not with this intention. But in the end, when you develop a technology, you do it in a good way, and you can consider all the potential options, and you never cross your mind that this could have a use that it's not in a good way or with a good impact on a country or society. So, and this could be, in the end, this might be a problem later if we start trying to identify dual use in the beginning of the development, because this might not be the right approach, or might not even easy to identify it. So.
Thank you, Ricardo. We have another question out there. Yeah.
Thank you for the illuminating discussions, and it has been real eye-opener. Speaking from Sagar's take on industrial espionage and David's EU AI sovereignty angle for being the strategic autonomy, I believe both these terms, or let's say the phrases, will heavily rely on having a secured supply chain. How do you, let's say, predict like what could be the impediments in this particular arena for securing the supply chain for both software and hardware?
I have an answer to this. So thank you for the question. So I didn't provide the maybe input to a previous question on this. So what Europe should do now, on top of one market, one union, is to double down on the leverage points it has. And one of them is ASML in the Netherlands, which is a key player in the whole AI supply chain. This is the company that manufactures the machines with which TSMC in Taiwan, Samsung in South Korea, and maybe in the future Intel in the US manufacture the leading edge chips, without which no model would be possible to be developed. So we have this leverage point, but historically, because of another leitmotif I'm getting from this panel and also personal opinion of mine, in Europe, it's just like we're afraid to win, as a tech friend from Silicon Valley told me. Like, we have all the assets, but we're just afraid to be a bit more European, but with a bit more of the American courage, which sometimes it's delusional, and it's even something, in the US, in Silicon Valley, you see like it goes close to delusion, so we don't want to go there, but a bit more courage would not hurt us, because with ASML in particular, it's been a chip, to use the metaphor, used by the Biden administration and by the Trump administration before it was used by a former Prime Minister Mark Rutte or Madame von der Leyen. Even just a few days ago, I think Secretary Lutnick, Commerce Secretary, accused the ASML from somehow selling one of their machineries in China, and it was again putting pressure on them, and there was nobody to defend them in Europe. So I feel we should double down on ASML. And another point which I would definitely emphasize what Valerie mentioned on supply chains and procurement, we do have a few options in Europe. On model side, we have Mistral AI. Are they in the top 3, top 5? No. Is their model good enough? Yes, for a lot of public sector entities. Let's prioritize what we have, double down on it, and make it work. And on the military side, since I have the mic now, and I did bit my tongue before because I do have points on all these questions, I think they're fascinating. Defense, there's one company that some of you have heard of, which is called Palantir. Palantir, developed in the US, it's a company which has a lot of sort of an interesting history. One thing they did well is that they helped the Ukrainians defend themselves with the technology that clearly, with less amount of ammunition people, it showed you can win wars. Well, we actually have a Palantir being developed as we speak in Europe, which is Helsing, a company developed in Germany, which is not as good as Palantir yet, but they're winning contracts here and there within Europe with the sort of defense ministries of Western member states. NATO is still dependent on Palantir, but we do have solutions which are not as good, but good enough. So we should double down on them, I think, much more. And yeah, as much as I believe some fights we just cannot win, like it's the fight to develop chips in Europe, it's not going to happen. That's where you use the leverage points. Some things you do at the minimal level on cybersecurity, public utility, where you need to have your option, even if it's not the top it's good enough. And the things you cannot do yourself, you have countries in the world which have a lot of common values with you. You have Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and you have a seat at the table with the US and China. We need to work closely with these partner countries as the European Union, not as France or Germany only.
Get to know your friends better. Sagar, any last points here?
David covered quite a bit. But to secure the software supply chain, I think the software runs on hardware. So we need control of the hardware. Although we may not be able to manufacture the chips here in the near future, but we could promote our no-fab companies, and also circularity, like I mentioned, is something that we should emphasize on urban mining, design for reuse, design for remanufacturing, so that, you know, a lot of the raw materials stays within Europe and we just circulate that.
Then we have one last question, please.
Yeah, thanks for the interesting discussion. So my question is related actually to what is the goal of this sovereignty, and do you think that actually it will drive adoption in Europe? Because I think we have a lot of sovereign solution in many other domains, and actually they are not favored. I think actually in the military we see how many Lockheed Martin F-35 are adopted by different European countries. I used to work for F-Secure, so Finnish European cybersecurity company, and actually it was not a selling point at all. Even in a critical domain like cybersecurity, Microsoft wins and many other companies. So do you think that there will be a shift and that it will push also to develop more sovereign solution and that they will have more chances in the European market?
I would say we should invest to do lobbying in Europe for Europe because we let too often US doing lobbying in Europe, and we need to invest in our selling Europe values and selling Europe proposition to be sure that we can bring this market available. And I would say if US is chosen for some market, it's because they are lobbying behind, and it's because they are exchange market behind, and that's the point. And so we need to be able in Europe to offer this level of market for all the companies in Europe, and that's I hope we can defend this more and more.
In defense and security, it's happening. You have NATO Diana, which is just one of the entities that is giving funding for European defense startups, and there's more and more. So the defense sector is actually, as much as I don't like it, because the social sector is impacted because of all the money is going to defense, the defense sector in Europe is growing faster than in the past because of this sort of shift towards sovereignty. Is it comparable to the US and China? No, but we definitely, there have been some progress. Yes, but Europe has a seat there at the table again, and there's been obviously we have Mark Rutte there as well, as much as he's been more friendly to his American colleagues maybe sometimes. What I just wanted to add to this point is that, and it for me goes back to business again. Anthropic's CEO Dario Amodei, he used to work at OpenAI. He didn't like how Sam Altman was doing business. He thought it's not focused on AI safety. What did he do? Did he quit and start lobbying the US government, or did he go back to, I don't know, becoming a politician? No, he started a competing company which has a bit more safe AI being developed. So very important for Europe, we cannot just win on the responsibility side. We need to have competitive products, even if they're not frontier, because frontier might not be what we need. We have this world moving towards edge AI, towards efficient AI, for which European smaller models could be good, but they need to be competitive. And for them to be competitive, we need to leverage the one market we have. Because if only France uses Mistral and the German neighbors don't want to because of historical differences, that's where Mistral and Europe loses, because not even us as a union use one solution that is based here that is competitive enough, you know? So we have what it takes, but not regulation is the problem, it's fragmentation. We have the solutions in Europe for a lot of the challenges we have.
Ricardo, do you have anything to add here?
Yeah,
I think there is more life beyond AI. I think this is something in particular in Europe, because I think there are companies that will keep operating as they operate today. They'll be more efficient, but they will sell the same products. Some examples, SAP in Germany. Are they scared with AI? No. In fact, it's an opportunity because they can integrate some of these AI-based products in their current product, which is the one from the last decades, and they will still competitive. One example I saw that was very interesting. I don't know if it was MasterCard. I think it was MasterCard. So MasterCard, they know in the next years will be able to buy things fully automatically. So someone will buy automatically your electricity bill, they will buy your Amazon things, anything. So is MasterCard the problem? No, what they will sell is trust. So what MasterCard is developing, it's open source, is trust. So their business is trust. AI might evolve for completely different things. It doesn't matter. Their product will be trust. And trust is that these agents will trade everything automatically, and they will sell. You will trust on what they are doing because you have MasterCard behind. So I think companies also have to revise their business models, not the products, business models, because MasterCard, they have been selling trust in a different shape, but they have been selling trust. We trust on them. Sometimes they have a leakage of cards and passwords, and I think it happened not with MasterCard, it was with Visa, but in the end, we still trust on them. So that, I think, something will come next.
Great. Thank you, Ricardo. In the interest of time, unfortunately, I need to close here, but I think we really progressed in this discussion. We started from sovereignty, we moved on to strategic autonomy, we ended up talking about trust as being the key factor here. And I just want to thank all of you for all your inputs. Please, let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we are going to Marble Gallery for the last time to enjoy the coffee break and see this ENFIELD demonstration. We will be back at 4:30. Okay, welcome back to the last session. And this time we will be actually finishing on time because our moderator have to leave. So yes, so without further ado, I will invite you to the last session from Lighthouse to Continent, ENFIELD and Future of European AI Leadership. My colleague Leila from Predict will be moderating this session.
Okay, hello and welcome to the last of you who are remaining with us. So my name is Leila Belmania. I'm an R&D project manager at Iconto. So Iconto is a French company. We are specialized in digital solution and robotics for industry. And today we will be presenting the concrete outcomes from the ENFIELD projects and see how, at least we will debate how these outcomes will help us for European AI next challenges and orientation. But just to say a few words about the ENFIELD project. So over the past 3 years, ENFIELD project has served as a powerful engine for innovation across Europe, demonstrating that we can actually embed sustainability and trustworthiness and also human-centric design directly into complex real-world applications and systems, from manufacturing to energy, to space and healthcare industrial domains. This initiative has moved theoretical results into impactful practices. But as we look beyond the project's conclusion, we find ourselves at a critical crossroad. The European Union has laid out an ambitious roadmap for the AI continent, presenting an entirely new set of tools, technical, but also ethical and deployment tools that also raises new challenges and as well as new opportunities for the European AI ecosystem. So today we are privileged to bring a distinguished panel of senior researchers and academic leaders who have been at the forefront of this journey. Together we will debate the future of European AI and explore how to bridge this gap between rigorous fundamental research and scientific validation into rapid global deployment, and discuss how to sustain the vital synergy forged during the course of the ENFIELD project. So without further ado, I will first welcome Dr. Adina Florea to present one of the key exploitable results of the ENFIELD project, which is the Common Research and Vision Roadmap. And then we will invite the other panelists for an open debate. The floor is yours.
How do I change the slides? Okay. So hi, everybody. We have reached the final and I think most important point of our conference, namely to make a wrap up about the project and about our vision. I'm going to present very briefly the Common Research Vision and Roadmap. It was difficult to make these slides because we have a lot of results and it's difficult to synthesize everything. So here is an example, a picture with which some of you may be already acquainted, in which the main concept of ENFIELD is presented. That means structured around 4 industrial domains. That means energy, healthcare, manufacturing and space, and around 4 fundamental research pillars: green AI, adaptive AI, human-centric AI, and trustworthy AI. And collaborative project in which foundational pillars were linked to industrial domains. These are the 5 strategic documents developed by our project on trustworthy and green AI, namely the CRVR, about which we are talking now, the safety and security risk assessment framework, which indicated how we conceive to achieve safety and security, and also provided a practical framework for everybody who wants to apply it. The white paper on green and trustworthy AI, providing policy and outreach, the ethics and gender equality framework, giving our approach for fairness and inclusion, and the education and training strategy, shaping all the educations, materials, and activities that we have developed during the project. So here there are some selections about the achievements of our project in the foundational pillars. Of course, they are not all, and I'm not going to read everything, but just to give you some examples. For example, the capacity to track energy and carbon emission, both for machine learning models, classical, but also for LLM workflows. Also efficiency on the edge, unsupervised time series learning on IoT devices, and also a very powerful system that was developed, EcoRetina, who achieved cutting emissions by up to 90% versus neural networks with comparable accuracy. For the pillar adaptive AI, there are here some examples. For example, smaller and lighter AI models by model comprehension, training comprehension, or robust representational learning, or adaptation between human and machines for Industry 5.0. But last and not least, brain-inspired adaptation architectures that are achieving continual learning and are using both non-symbolic knowledge, but also ontologies, and in this way they avoid catastrophic forgetting. Human-centric AI, some examples: novel explainability methods for special models such as sequential and spatial temporal models. Explainable symbolic models based on a combination of neurosymbolic reasoning, reinforcement learning, and genetic programming. A framework for the study of human reliance on AI, but also catching hidden bias and protecting vulnerable users. And in the 4th pillar, trustworthy AI, safety and security of AI systems, such as stress-tested models and a model to achieve, in the same time, robustness and explainability. Also, trust and privacy was covered in this pillar. For example, zero-knowledge proof-based verification for AI as a service, but also user-centric trust, linking technical aspect of user-centric to, let's say, more human and more related to expectation of user and social needs. Now, from the point of view of industrial domains, there were many use cases developed, and here are only some examples. In the energy in industrial domain, you can see in green AI, so results from green AI were applied to these use cases, using also the developments that the industrial domain achieved in the project per themselves. But these use cases just connected the two important parts of the project. For example, explainable AI for anomaly detection in power grid, in power systems and grid, vision language model for critical infrastructure integrity interpretation in power system and grid. Some other example in healthcare, which connected healthcare to results in adaptive AI, human-centric and trustworthy AI. Manufacturing use cases, which connected green AI to physics-informed machine learning models, adaptive AI, for example, uncertainty-aware decision-making based on conformal prediction and foundation models, but also to trustworthy AI to assure trust in defect inspection in steel manufacturing. And in the space use case, we connected adaptive AI results to monitoring of the environment using multimodal data, adaptive results to space use cases, and also human-centric AI for causal machine learning for real-world decision support. Now, we identify 6 groups of direction as our vision for future research. Most of them are based on the current results obtained in ENFIELD. So the first direction is development of AI technologies, such as transform agentic AI into trustworthy and green agentic AI. An excellent idea that I particularly like. Develop new foundation models informed with knowledge, world models, and physical realities. Achieve synergy to include trust and sustainability across device-to-cloud continuum, and share open source models and data sets to develop sovereign AI system, linking to the sovereignty that was the subject of the previous lecture session. The second group, adoption of AI technology, such as to share open source models, toolkit and platforms, and the standardization of metrics related to sustainability and trustworthy. Enhance human AI collaboration. This is paramount for a wide adoption of AI. And this can be based both on explainability, but also through informed shared decision-making, and develop AI technology that are scalable to different settings and use cases. The third group is data and open science. Develop experiments that can be reproduced easily, and also develop data sharing infrastructure to support AI development across industrial and institutional sectors. Now, the fourth group is related to computing infrastructure. So one idea that was very powerful, and it was demonstrated to results in ENFIELD, was edge-to-cloud orchestration for cyber physical production system. And we think that this initial development achieved in ENFIELD should be continued. Deploy continual learning architecture and hardware in resource-constrained settings, and reuse and expand secure AI technology for secure by design AI infrastructure. The fifth group, regulation, standard, and ethics. Here is one of the proposals of our project. Create a policy hub or a kind of observatory to monitor and guide adoption of AI regulation. but also develop regulation for full life cycle resilience and assurance by design. We should reuse and expand the results of ENFIELD for certification, standardization, and full life assessment of AI system and applications, and embed interpretability and social alignment in AI system in order to achieve fairness and ethics. And last but not least, connected to the one of the session of this afternoon, skills and workforce development. So boost AI training and AI literacy. This is very important for people to understand what trustworthy AI means, how to develop it, how to apply it, and how they should take care also the aspects related to saving the environment. And last but not least, support industry-driven reskilling and upskilling pathways. So this is my last slide, and this represents a kind of overarching vision, our future vision about how AI should do and evolve. So the first is related to environment accountability for AI system. So every development of a system should be accountable for what is the impact on the environment. Every advance in a system should take into account its impact on the planet. Understanding AI decision should be a right, not a privilege. So future AI systems should give to everybody the possibility to understand the decision, to question the decision if they want. AI system always under human responsible oversight. We have systems that are very powerful, more and more powerful, but evolution and accountability should advance together so that the price of getting smarter should not be paid by loss of control or possible damage. Trust in AI system as a built and proven relationship. So AI should become engineering and provable, such as you have to be sure that the bridge is safe before letting people to cross that bridge. At last but not least, Europe that leads by depth and not just by speed, because we are convinced, and I guess that most of our intervention in our conference show that we are convinced that sovereignty in AI will not be won only by speed, not by racing faster, but by ground AI technology in human values and also in physical reality, and also by sharing in a responsible way what we have produced as tool and knowledge. So this was the very brief presentation. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Adina, for these introductory elements. And now I want to invite on the stage Dr. Abta Moabi, who is currently Chief Researcher Scientist at the Norwegian Computing Center. Dr. Ricardo Besa, we already present him. He's the coordinator of the Center for Power and Energy Systems. So his research spans from energy forecasting, computational intelligence, and smart grids. And Dr. Adam Brandstetter-Kunz, who is a science officer in European Science Foundation, where he co-leads the inclusive science cluster. So Adam has worked in application of responsible research and innovation practices, including gender equality, ethics, and open science in a wide range of contexts. Thank you. So thank you to all. My first question would be for all of you. So ENFIELD has laid a great foundational for trustworthy and sustainable AI in strategic industrial domain, whether it's energy, manufacturing, healthcare, or space. So as we look to the next horizon and based on the strategic orientation that Europe has proposed, what, according to you, would be the core challenges that we need to address from the algorithmic point of view, from the technical point of view, and let me say also how to turn these foundational frameworks into fully autonomous cross-cutting systems. Maybe you can start with.
Yeah, I think on the energy domain, one of the challenges is actually to show the advantage of AI compared to conventional tools. So this is a risk-averse sector. So every time you have a new tool, independently if it is AI or not, the tendency is to reject it because you are comfortable with what you have today. Okay, you can say, but this will increase your efficiency. But yes, but you need to be accountable for what you do in a critical infrastructure. So one of the things that I believe it will be important is to include the physics on the AI algorithm. So if you have a pure data-driven AI algorithm in the energy sector, forget it. So this will not work, will fail at a certain point, and will not be trusted by a human operator or decision maker. So physics inform AI will be fundamental. And AI, and we also have to find the right use cases for AI. So I believe the value is on real-time decision making, on when you have to make decisions with disruptions. And this is not just in energy sector, this is in critical infrastructures is common. So these are, in my perspective, I think where is the value of AI in this sector?
Yeah, totally agreed.
Okay, thank you. I could say a lot, but I will, limit myself to two areas, which I think with the nice presentation we have now, we have already, ENFIELD achieved a lot, foundational models and how to realize these foundational models into deployable thing. What I see, there are a lot of challenges, but I will take only the two of the challenge. One of them is robust generalization of the foundational models, which is the most unsolved problem to deploy them. And the second one is continuous testing and evaluation, which is challenging because when you first you deploy the models and you think that they will work, they might not, and there is a need for continuous, red teaming or a continuous monitoring of the models, how they function, how they perform, and how they have done wrong, and how can they recover from what they have done wrong. This is a thing which is needed to real deployment of these, achieved models. Yeah. For this, I'm, seeing in the next 5 years, this will be the topic which is European Commission need to prioritize if we have to deploy, results in, safe and reasonable way. And I will stop there for the moment.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Dr. Adina?
So I would say one thing. Don't give up good old-fashioned AI because you are going to need it sooner or later. In other words, I think that one of the technical axes that we should go for, and already I mentioned some results in the ENFIELD project, is a combination of a classical approach of symbolic AI and symbolic learning with the statistical and sub-symbolic learning of large language models. And I think that this is needed from different aspects. For example, explainability. Everybody is talking about explainability, but the results are not really satisfactory. And not only this, it expands on the future capacity. This is what I think it will be the next step.
Okay, so hybrid approaches.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that works. Okay.
I think so.
I hope. My point would be rather cross-cutting as a non-technology, non-algorithm, but rather focus on societal dimension. As no technology exists in the vacuum, we are always embedded with technology nowadays, with digitalization all around us. So the challenge would be not to forget the human in all of it. The societal aspect, societal impact. We heard a lot today, yesterday, about various ethical challenges, and remembering inclusion of the end users in the whole cycle is, in my opinion, the hardest and crucial part.
Differentiating, yeah. Thank you. Do you want to add something of them?
I forgot something now. We have been talking about trustworthy AI. And when we talk about trustworthy AI, it's not only the models we have to talk. The models can be accurate and trustworthy, but where they are functioning as a system, AI system, and that is very essential to see their trustworthiness in the whole cross-domain as well. And also there is, a need for this, establishment of a kind of previous static certification type to real-time assurance, which is, quite different. That it needs a mathematical foundation for this, and as well as a real-time aspect of it, which continuously you, based on mathematical models, you can, assure that the model, as well as in combination of the system, it works as trustworthy.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to some of the outcomes of the ENFIELD project. So I turn to you, Dr. Adina. Looking at this roadmap, I would ask you, according to you, what would be the one or two most critical levers that you consider absolutely essential for advancing both academic foundational AI research and cross-border collaborative research in the European Union?
See, if I answer now, it's my personal opinion. I don't know if it is the opinion of the consortium. They can be mad at me afterwards. So one of the important things that we found in the project was the necessity of standardized metrics. Now, if we are talking about accuracy of a model, everybody knows what it means. But if we are talking about sustainability or carbon emission, or if we are talking about explainability, do we have some metrics that we all understand and we all agree upon? No. So this is one point. Another point, and I already mentioned in my previous intervention, was the combination of different knowledge representation models. These hybrid approaches are still challenging. Everybody is talking now about combining, and we also achieved a lot of things from this point of view in ENFIELD project. But we need, let's say, a smarter way of making this combination so as to achieve more performant models. That means to achieve things that are both conceptually understanding the world, but in the same time performant.
So standardization, harmonization of the metrics.
And models, AI models and systems that understand better the world.
Yeah,
and in order to understand better the world, you must use the best of both approaches, both statistical as in large language models, but we should not be blinded by the extraordinary results that are obtained by the large language models. They still don't understand. And how can we understand? We understand by having a representation of the world, a conceptual representation, a symbolic representation. But we don't know exactly how we can combine them.
Yeah, and we talk about world models, and we are still investigating this area. How about the sustainability of cross-border collaborative research, as you are representative also of the academic and universities? How do you see, what do you consider as the key success for cross-border research collaborations in the European continent?
I think it is still a challenge. Yes. in general, both in our project and in the other projects at European level and at national level, about which I know in Romania, we have made a lot of progress from collaboration between industry and academia. But we are still far from achieving what we should do. I, as professor, as researcher, I have some wishes, some idea about how my research should go. A company is linked to what the people are asking about the needs of the market. And the perspectives are different. And I think the difficulty in collaboration is making let's say, an harmonization of these two perspectives. I think that in ENFIELD, we achieved this, I must say now a secret, not without pain, but it was very rewarding.
Totally. Thank you. Ricardo, you led the energy industrial domain in the ENFIELD consortium, the energy domain, which is highly strategic sector for the European Union. Could you highlight one of the major AI-driven breakthrough achieved in this domain through the project, and maybe outline 2 or 3 critical energy challenges today that AI solution can address?
Yeah, I think there are 2 main developments in the project. One is very aligned with what Adina was saying on neurosymbolic learning. So one of the things you have in the energy domain, you have mathematical models that characterize the system, the constraints of the system. And so you have a mathematical model, not of the world, but of the system. And the fact you have that, you have to include it in the AI models. Otherwise, no one will trust that you comply with the constraints of the system. So one thing we made was neurosymbolic learning. In the end, you have a transparent and compact model, so a human can easily make an interpretation out of it, and accurate as a black box model. So that was something we developed, and it was applied for multiple use cases. Another thing, and this is something when you talk with industry, they already use their own models. So trying to replace them is a mistake. They will reject it, and you probably even don't have the same performance as those models. So what we made was to work with those models. So we use AI to explain the output of mathematical optimization models that were established. So in the end, we're just explaining what was the output in a meaningful way for a human. And another development on the top of that is that those models, they use forecasts as an input. So forecast is generated by an AI algorithm, but those forecasts have uncertainty. So what we have used was AI to modify the forecast in a way that minimizes the risk and maximizes the profit in the optimization problem, which was a traditional one. So this goes very aligned with the idea of hybridization on this. So in terms of challenges to your next question, I think one of the challenges that we have is how we can support humans on those decisions. Because this sector, it's still highly operated manually by humans. So if we bring automation, first is high-risk sector in AI actors. So if you have automation, it's forbidden. No, you cannot have human out of the loop. So you have human on the loop. And you have problems where a human have a few seconds to decide. One example was the Iberian blackout April last year. So if you read the report, in the report they say a human had around 2 minutes to see the state of the system, run analysis on the system, and make a decision. 2 minutes. And the system was already under stress. At a certain point, the human only have a few seconds, and was human impossible to do it. So these are the kind of use cases where AI can bring with fast inference, with all the knowledge learned from data, partial observability that you bring, and you show a clear value compared to this. So I think one of the challenges exactly to address these problems where you have a human have a short time window to decide, and the stress of the human is increasing in the inverse to the time. And this happened in the Iberian blackouts. At the end, of course, the human didn't have time because he didn't have the right tools to help him.
And maybe made a bad decision under stress. of course.
I'm not saying that. It's being recorded. No bad decisions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my next question is for you, Habtamu, regarding the fact that you've participated to the Safety and Security Risk Assessment Framework, which is one of the key exploitable results of the ENFIELD project. Could you describe how this framework helps to enhance the transparency and the safety and the trustworthiness of AI systems and models?
Okay. AI trustworthiness needs, risk assessment. So, before, even during the design, as well as during deployment. So if, the risk, if we don't understand the risk of AI modules or any, systems, then we are not, we are not sure that it's trustworthy. So having this, the assessment of both the safety aspect and the security aspect of any model is actually the first, entry to the defense.
Yeah.
So the framework allows to identify such things, both at the, structural way of identifying such risks and safety problems, and give the stakeholders a possibility to use that structured assessment both during the design time as well as during the deployment time. So I think it can contribute because it associates with trust. Trust without risk assessments, there is no, it's halfway. So it deals with safety, which is, unintentional, what you call hazards, and it can allow, and also security, which is intentional thing. Then the framework can be, can be the first tool where the stakeholders can use, to kind of assess this safety and security of any model.
Yeah, of course, as well as AI engineers or people working with AI systems can use the framework to assess their models and their data for their solution. Okay, now let's go to some ethical aspect of these solutions with you, Adam. What ethical challenges does AI currently face? And what new ethical dilemma is it likely to create maybe in the future?
Yes, as mentioned already, we had over the 2 days multiple times mention of ethical risk, ethical issues from environmental impact, from negative sustainability for the environment. So there is a lot of risks already there. And of course, emerging ones, we mentioned already in the previous discussion, dual use. Every technology, we don't know how it can be used positively, negatively, and what kind of impact it can have beyond the intended use. Of course, in the current situations, we know already that AI is used to spread misinformation and also facilitate gender-based violence online, using deepfakes, using other tools. So there's a lot of challenges in terms of ethics, in terms of how we can use the technology. And the critical part is how we can ensure that we can have a fail-safe built in the AI itself. As of course, when we have a kitchen knife, you know that most people would use it to just cut vegetables, meat to cook. But of course, it can be used for different purposes.
Of course.
So when we can put safety of everyone in this new technology, new emerging applications, we should, of course, not only burden the users, but also incentivize developers and deployers in order to create an environment where everyone has good enough literacy to understand the risks of the tools that they use and the limits where they should apply them.
So raise awareness on this question.
Absolutely, raise awareness, science education, AI literacy is very, very important.
Yeah. Okay. And what does it mean finally to incorporate the gender aspects in the development and the deployment of AI systems? And of course, we know why it is important, but you can you can say it.
Well, why it's important. We already also heard, I think today even, that we don't know in certain certain closed models where the data comes from. So the question is and also in Virginia's talk keynote speech, she showcased that the discrepancy in the dataset use and data availability. So if we train our models on biased data, we will get biased results.
Of course.
Hence, important is to have from the very beginning of the design process, research process, a gender aspect in mind, as there's always differences between various social, economical aspects, not only men, women, but as well more intersectional approach, including ethnicity, religion, beliefs, all those kind of data is very important.
Background, that's right.
As it can create unconscious bias. So that's why it's very important. And how it can be done is using being aware of it, being aware of your own inherent biases, ensuring, for example, that we have a diverse team, as the diversity in the team will reflect diversity of opinions and approaches that can enhance inclusiveness of the development itself and prevent any negative aspects.
Yeah, thank you. Coming back to you, Adina, during the course of the ENFIELD project, the research landscape was a bit impacted, I mean, profoundly impacted by the surge of generative AI. So I was wondering, how did you and your team adapt this shifting paradigm, and how do you include this new evolution in the final roadmap from the ENFIELD, of course?
And some examples were already provided in the roadmap, but the idea is that when we propose a project, we define the 4 pillars and the 4 industrial domains, and we went with the project through the LLM revolution, if I may say like this, and we had, of course, to expand our approach, but it proved that our initial concept was extremely solid. Because the same challenges that we identify when we propose a project were the challenges that were very important for research and development and use of large language models, such, for example, as the trust, the explainability part of the model, the energy consumption and tracking of carbon footprint, the capacity to adapt to user needs. So a lot of things that we identified initially in the project were extremely viable after explosion of large language models. Of course, we had to adjust because it's normal. It was new technology, but well, I don't want to seem modest. I thought we did it brilliantly.
You applied finally the same principle to this new evolution, for example, as you said, from the trustworthiness point of view. So you were assessing the trustworthiness of LLM instead of the classical AI system.
Yes, but the challenges are important because it's one thing to discuss about the trust of a classical machine learning model, which is interpretable. You do understand it. And it's another thing to talk about the trust and, for example, possible attacks and deepfakes and so on of an enormous language model.
Yeah.
So the challenges are very important. We did not solve them all. Oh, far from that. But we had to adjust and our research according to that. But we are happy that the main research questions remained.
Yeah. This is Quite great. Okay, maybe one last question for you, Ricardo. As ENFIELD comes to a close, what do you consider would be the most significant success story of the project from the energy perspective, of course? And looking ahead, how do you plan to ensure that these key outcomes, maybe also innovation, are sustained beyond the project conclusion?
Well, I think one of the key success, I think, was the fact we picked the right use cases, I think, to show the value of AI. So the use cases itself, we identified in the industrial domain in energy were quite valuable, and the process we produce. And there was also something common, even with other pillars with who collaborated, was the use of heterogeneous data. So in the energy sector works with drones, so remote sensing, a combination of that with time series and so on. So I think this idea of having a multimodal AI or multimodal foundational models, which is becoming a trend, is very important. So there were a lot of works on trying to get meaning out of smart metering data, assets inspection and maintenance, and they have used different types of data and different modalities of data. So multimodal, I think, would be, we show in the project this is an important step for the needs needed on this sector. Well, the next steps depends on the Commission. I would say what I would like to see is that we have a network of excellence. This network of excellence produces a lot of high quality work on AI. Adina made a very good summary of it. What we would like to see is follow-up calls, competitive calls. We are not asking to get money just because we are a network of excellence, but competitive calls as a follow-up that allow us to industrialize some of these results that were produced in the project. Otherwise, we go back to the previous panel where we say, okay, we made all of these, and now we want to make a step forward, and then nothing happens.
As an industrial player, I say hey to that. Okay, one last question maybe for you, Habtamu. So as European regulatory institution push for standardization and compliance, what would be the next step for integrating, for example, this safety and security risk assessment framework into certification pipelines or maybe policy guidelines for industrial deployments? Of course, take into account the AI Act as produced by the European Union.
Yeah. The AI Act itself, it mandates for risk analysis, that's for sure. And when we have these results on standardization, there are rules, guidelines, and so on. Now we have the technology which needs to be, operationalized. So this technology should be part of the workforce, the workflow of any, call it standard or any thing. And I think this kind of integration slowly will, improve, surely the use of the results and to integrating into the standardization as well as in, directives and so on. Especially like, for example, when this SSRAF could be integrated into this kind of act, so that organizations are obliged now to, to enforce this act. And the first, I would suggest that integrating these, what you call tools, which have been tested and so on, will improve the implementation of these standards or acts, and also by doing so, exercising it will give feedback back, so that the framework or the results can be improved in that way. So by saying this, I think we should push for the exploitation of the results and these standards and so on. And how we push is, having some kind of pitch everywhere to promote this kind of, because this is how we sustain the technologies developed in ENFIELD, that they are used, they are maintained. If they are used, they will get feedback and they will be updated by some interested group. So my suggestion is that to push pitching this the different results into embedding in this kind of standardization, especially.
Yeah. I totally agree. I think it could support the use and the navigation into the AI Act, indeed. Okay, so I will keep my last question for me. I will just maybe ask the audience if there is any question. And then if there is not, I will ask my question. Okay, maybe one.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the last panel. Ricardo, you mentioned the trust system from the MasterCard, and I'm wondering if the trust financial model can be also integrated in the AI or multimodal system, how it will be in European situation.
Yeah, I think this can also be included. So the business of MasterCard, when you start seeing cryptocurrency, even when we have digital euro, for example, will no longer be the physical cards that we have, and will not be the transactions, because it will be agentic transactions. So in the end, the only thing they can offer is trust. There is a lot of value on it, but it can be more than trust. Depends a lot on the business model you want to do it, but on the business as well. You can also have some kind of layer. So trust might have different dimensions on it. For them, trust is just on the transaction level, but it can be much more than that. So that's something that even can be trust on AI algorithm, because we always talk about AI Act and the CE certification. But if we buy a device, any device that does not have a CE certification, would we buy it? Probably not. This is trust, because we certified, if it is certified, someone certified to be sold within the European Union. So this is another shape or another property of trust that I believe we'll also have in AI. So some models will have this label of trust that can also be an added value.
Sorry, Ricardo, but I have as well a question for you, but maybe others can answer that as well, because I'm involved in research in energy fields. So my question is, then we talk about the future and physics-driven models and hybrid approach. So what do you think? Maybe it's long-term research, but in short term, which direction we in general could go. So this is like having mathematical models and finding like coefficients based on data-driven approach, or finding new structures or which can describe what we have right now, for example, in energy sector or all grids and so on. Thank you.
I see three directions. One is augmenting the expert systems we have 30 or 40 years ago. So 40 years ago, there were expert systems because there was no data, there was no computational resources to train them or to construct them. Now we have both. So that's one trend, augmented expert systems. That was the name we use here in ENFIELD. Another one is the inclusion of physics in the model, not just because of constraints,
but to be frugal in terms of data requirements. So if you have a process, you don't have enough data, this is a problem with LLM. They need a lot of data, generative AI needed. If you have you don't have data, but you have the physics, why not integrate the physics? So this is physics inform neural network, for example. Another one is that I believe we'll start to have AI inside conventional tools like mathematical optimization. Gurobi made a very, very clever move on that. So Gurobi is the most advanced optimizer, linear optimizer in the world. Is better than Cplex today. They are recording me. I hope they're still selling Cplex with good prices, but it's true. And what they made, they were the first ones to integrate neural networks as inside the constraints of a traditional optimization problem. And then they hire a top expert on that from the Georgia Tech. So they put him as head of AI on Gurobi. So that's also the talent we were saying. So they pick the best ones in the world to do that. It's an investment. They probably pay him like a football player, but in the end, it's their way to survive what it is coming in the next years.
Yeah, of course.
Can I add something? Perhaps this might be, beyond our reach, but I see in the coming future there is a need to change both mindset as well as technological as foundational models from predictive to anticipatory. What it means is that the models, they need to incorporate predictive model, which will predict and evaluate the impact of that prediction and try to, or what you call suggest mitigation methods, and act on it before even something happens by simulating. So the coming future, and now we will see, is a mathematical foundation for anticipatory AI. And also in the operational side, this is the research area in the near future. But on the operational side, there is a need to operationalize all the models what we have through a kind of mathematical model assurance, well, for continuous assurance, with both the running models as well as what you call the development models through a kind of dynamic assurance calculus. By developing this, which will turn it into real-time assurance, changing this static certification into perhaps towards self-assurance models. And that is what I see in the coming new future. Perhaps this might be contradicting or supporting, I don't know. Support.
Thank you. Thank you. In any case. Okay, so to conclude our session, first I want to express my gratitude for our panel. If today's session and these 2 days of ENFIELD conference shows us anything, it's that the true power of the ENFIELD project and all the projects from the network of excellence lies not just into the algorithmic advancements, the innovation, technological developments, but in the bridge that we build together, cross-cutting connection between the fundamental research and the industrial stakeholders, whether it's manufacturing, energy, healthcare, space, and maybe others in other projects. Now, as we step into the framework of the new EU AI Content Action Plan, our challenge maybe is clear. We must maintain our uncompromising scientific rigor, our social values, and of course, while accelerating these developments, real-world deployments and technological developments. For my part, I'm a bit emotional because this is one of our last dance as a consortium. So I think that the synergy forged during the course of the project will hopefully be sustained after the end of this journey. And we will continue building the European autonomous and trustworthy technological innovation ecosystem. So thank you to all of you who remains with us until the end of this conference. And of course, please join me to a round of applause to our panel.
Thank you very much, Leila, and all the excellent panelists. So we reached to the final part of the conference, and I would like to just invite the technical project coordinator of the ENFIELD, Georgios Patoulos, to give the final remark.
Okay, we're at the end. First of all, I'd like to thank a lot all the colleagues that have been working very hard for the past months and for the last 2 days to make this event a reality. It has been an extremely well-organized event, so let's give them a round of applause for their efforts. I opened the event yesterday morning with a wish. The wish was that we will have an event that will enable us to think, discuss, and interact about challenges and opportunities for AI in Europe. I can confidently say now that our lineup of keynote speakers, panelists, and moderators made great work. And for the 2 full days of discussions we had here, we were able to really discuss, interact, and sometimes disagree constructively about topics like sustainability, trustworthiness, sovereignty, funding, AI talent, and mainly about which shall be the European AI-related vision for the years to come. And I'd like to address the people that are external to the ENFIELD Consortium. It has been a great honor for us having you here. You came to an event of a project you were not very familiar with, but our discussions inside the room, but also outside of the room, showed that we care for the same things, we work on the same topics, we are all very concerned about the future of AI in Europe. One of the follow-up actions of the conference will be an invitation that you will receive from our side to join through your organization to the extended version of the ENFIELD network that we hope that we can sustain for the years to come. In that way, our initial very interesting interaction for the 2 days here can be transformed to a long-term collaboration for the years to come. After all, we all share the same vision. Our vision is responsible development and human-centric adoption of AI in Europe. So I'll close by not saying goodbye, but rather see you again in a future ENFIELD-related event. Thank you.